Phantom typically leads their head-to-head meetings with a 61% success rate. It's going to be interesting to see if he can recover that historical dominance now that the top-rated player in the league has the early momentum. Phantom is just outclassing him, holding a 2-1 lead. He's really showing that 64% all-time effectiveness. He's simply not letting up, taking full control of this match. The underdog status clearly isn't weighing on him tonight. A total shutdown. He's now on a 4-game tear. Vortex usually holds the advantage when these two face off. A huge response from Vortex, who just wiped the floor with that encounter to close the gap. He's putting up a fight, refusing to let the gap widen further. The gap in the rankings didn't seem to matter at all tonight. Phantom is just too quick to react, holding a strong vantage point on the wine to extend his lead. Vortex just couldn't hold that wine position, and Phantom is really starting to pull away here. He's found his second win, chipping away at that deficit with another solid win. Phantom is just too sharp today, quickly picking him off the wine to keep a comfortable lead. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the intermission. I mean, he's completely flipped the script on the rankings here. He looks far more comfortable on Italy, and the world #1 is really struggling to keep up. Time to see if Vortex wakes up. Phantom has looked completely unfazed today, maintaining that 66% success rate we've seen from him here. It's a stark contrast to how these two usually match up, as the favorite is now fighting an uphill battle. Phantom's firmly in the driver's seat at 9-6. The momentum shift is starting to feel real now. Phantom was lightning fast to capitalize on that high angle, putting an end to the mini streak. Vortex is really fighting for his life right now, as Phantom has him backed into a corner. He's certainly playing to his role as the favorite today. Absolutely ruthless. He just takes him right off the wine, and now he's one step away from victory. He's really proving the pre-match odds correct today. Game over. Phantom closes it out with a clean finish to claim the map. Just a complete showcase of skill and speed. He really held his ground against the top seed today. Catalyst holds a massive lifelong lead over the other, with 802 total wins. It's a surprising advantage considering how far behind he's been in recent days. We'll see if that historical dominance is enough to hold off the higher rated opponent. Catalyst is really heating up now, leading 2-1. A nice way to respond after that 13-8 loss previously. Vortex definitely hasn't found his footing yet, while Catalyst seems to be playing with a lot of freedom right now. Vortex is just suffocating under Catalyst's 4-1 run. Vortex is really feeling the pressure of that rank 2 slot. He is simply too fast right now, strolling toward a massive lead. It's a stark contrast to how the number 2 seed usually plays. He's simply not letting up, extending the lead to 6-1. The favorite is definitely making a statement today. What a scrap! He claws back this round by the skin of his teeth. Absolutely nails that shot to survive with practically nothing left. Vortex really does hold the edge on this particular map with a 52% win rate. It's a subtle difference in the stats, but the confidence is clearly showing in his play. We have to see if he can keep this momentum going. A effortless round for the lead as we head into the break. A crucial response here to stop the bleed. Catalyst takes the early lead 7-5. He's holding his ground just as we expected him to. He can't afford to let up though, because Vortex has shown he can keep things close here. Time to see how they adapt. Catalyst pushes his lead further to 8-5. This looks like a total reversal of their last encounter. Catalyst is just relentless, moving to a 9-5 advantage. Vortex is finally starting to claw his way back into this, refusing to let that lead get out of hand.
The gap in their ladder ratings is starting to play a role here.
Catalyst is just dominating, sitting comfortably at 10-6. Catalyst is putting some serious pressure on the finish line now, just a couple of rounds away from the win. The pace of this match is just electric. These exchanges are happening in the blink of an eye. He just barely broke a sweat with that one, putting him a single point from victory. Vortex is really struggling to put up a fight tonight. And there it is. Catalyst shuts the door on this game with a flawless finish. He's finally snapped that losing streak with a huge performance, proving he's still the master of this rivalry. Phantom starts strong, shutting down Catalyst before he could even react from the window. Phantom holds a 68% win rate on this map, which effectively highlights why he looks so comfortable right now. It's a huge contrast to the way Catalyst has been playing his matches here. He's really going to have to dig deep to flip this momentum. Phantom just reads him like a book, punishing Catalyst the moment he stepped up that ramp. He's definitely playing like the top seed right now. Phantom is just dominating, leading 4-1. The number 1 seed is showing exactly why he's at the top. A desperate fight here, but he manages to scrape through and widen the gap. He's really putting that head-to-head dominance on display. Catalyst finally gets an answer, picking the opponent off the ramp. He's clearly shaking off the rust from that previous loss to Phantom. Phantom quickly reclaimed control from the ramp, leaving Catalyst with a mountain to climb. The top player on our ladder is definitely making his mark. Catalyst is really starting to put a dent in that lead, holding his ground from the ramp. He's fighting to pull off the upset against the current number 1. He's refusing to go away, keeping the pressure high with another round in his pocket. Absolute precision from Catalyst, who secures another clean round to keep this surge alive. We're seeing a total shift from the pre-match expectations. Phantom holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, the betting markets had Catalyst as the one to beat, but the world number 1 is showing why he's on top of the ladder right now. Fresh start for both of them. Phantom has converted most of the chances today, and that really aligns with his dominant 70% success rate on this map. You know, it feels like the momentum is shifting entirely back to the favorite. We'll see if Catalyst can stop this slide. He just completely outplayed him from the ramp, refusing to let the momentum slip away. Just a reminder, this is the first time we've seen this pair face off today. He's absolutely refusing to back down, shutting things down from the window to close the gap. The early lead isn't looking as secure as it once did. What a statement. He completely dismantles his opponent from the ramp to force a deadlock at 8-8. A complete turnaround from the start of this set. A lightning fast react to put him back in front by 1. His recent form has been wildly consistent throughout the day. Phantom regains a 2-round cushion as we hit 10-8. The gap in their overall experience is certainly starting to play a part. The tide has turned again, with the top seed securing another fast victory to push his lead to 11. He is showing incredible resolve, winning another close scramble to stay in this fight. Catalyst is proving he belongs in the same tier as the top seed. What a chaotic brawl, and he earns a trade to keep this impressive recovery moving. Both are fighting for every single point at this stage. Phantom secures this one with a sharp shot off the ramp, putting himself on the verge of victory. The favorite is looking very composed as he secures his lead. He's absolutely refusing to fold, snatching another one to put the pressure back on the leader. Unbelievable. He finds the final target from the ramp to secure the series. He really pushed him to the limit there, but that raw speed just made the difference in those final exchanges. What a match! Phantom takes an early lead and simply refuses to let Vortex get any footing in this set. Phantom really has the historical upper hand with a 61% head-to-head win rate over his opponent. It's a huge psychological advantage for him to be walking into this match with that specific history of success. Now the only question is if Vortex can actually find a way to break that cycle. He's absolutely crushing this opening stretch, not letting up for a single second. Vortex manages to trade back around and keep things interesting. Still feels strange seeing him trail, given that rank 1 status. He's showing some real grit here, securing another round to tighten the gap. The pressure is starting to mount for the heavy favorite. He's really turning the tide now, claiming a third consecutive round to pull within 1. This is exactly how he's played against this guy in the past. Phantom answers right back, immediately halting that momentum shift. His current run of form is just too strong to ignore. Vortex is staying aggressive, tracking him down and deleting him right off the box. Phantom enters this series, having won 3 in a row today, and honestly, seeing him lead this match too just confirms that he's currently the hottest player in the league. He has the momentum moving in his favor right now. Phantom holds an 8-4 lead heading into the switch. You know, the betting community really expected Vortex to take this one, but the underdog is just too sharp right now. He's definitely in a position to steal the series. Let's see a new charge. Phantom's just dominating this, holding a commanding 9-4 lead. He's just coming off that commanding victory over Catalyst earlier today. Phantom is simply outclassing him, sitting comfortably at 10-4. The top seed is playing exactly to his rank today. The surge continues for Phantom as he keeps a grip on the server. Just a brutal sequence of events for the number 2 seed. Vortex puts together a strong response to keep his hopes alive. He answers with a quick burst to move within 1 of the finish line. The response was instantaneous. Another clean get for Vortex, but it only delays the inevitable for Phantom. He's fighting for every single round now. Absolute perfection on that final shot. Phantom closes it out and takes the series. That's a statement. Win for the top seed, completely shutting the door on any hope of a comeback. Catalyst holds a significant lead in the head-to-head record, winning over half of their past meetings. It's a surprising dynamic since Vortex is rated higher on the ladder. I wonder if the mental edge is playing a factor here. Vortex just needed to find that opening, and he completely shut down Catalyst on the ramp. Unreal Catalyst barely scrapes through that exchange from the ramp to take a 3-1 lead. Vortex has really struggled to find his footing today. Vortex fights back to keep this at 3-2. This is a huge shift for him after those 3 straight losses today. We are all squared up at 3-3 now. He is definitely leaning into that rank 2 experience right now. Catalyst is really putting on the pressure here, effectively shutting down that small run Vortex had going. Coming off a brutal set of losses in his last few matches. Goodness, that was incredibly tight. He barely survives a chaotic exchange to pull ahead. Vortex has been struggling for consistency throughout his day. Catalyst barely clings to a 1-round advantage now. The higher rated player is finally starting to respond. Catalyst was way too quick to react from that ramp position, really keeping the pressure high. Catalyst really put on a show there, shutting him down quickly even while he was playing high on the ramp. Catalyst goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, things are playing out exactly as predicted so far. Vortex is definitely fighting through a tough day, as we've seen with his current 0-win streak. Time to see if Vortex wakes up. Vortex is refusing to back down, ending that exchange instantly to close the gap. Exactly the response we wanted to see from the favorite. Catalyst has been struggling lately with a 30% win rate over his last 10 matches. It's making this current lead even more impressive. He's showing a lot of resilience tonight. Catalyst is just too sharp right now, catching Vortex right as he stepped onto that ramp. That's a tough break for his attempt at a momentum swing. He's just untouchable right now, taking another round without even breaking a sweat. A rough stretch for the second-ranked player tonight. He secures a clean win here to get another notch on the board. A small victory for the rank 2 contender. A total shutdown here as he puts together another win to keep the pressure mounting. That's a really fast way to kill the momentum. Catalyst has managed to put himself in a really strong position here, just a couple of rounds away from closing this out. What a read! He claims another effortless victory from the ramp to bring him to the verge of victory. And there it is! Catalyst finishes him off from the container to seal the victory. Honestly, the rankings just don't tell the whole story when these two face off. He's just got the blueprint on how to beat him. Phantom enters this series with an impressive 4-0 record over the last 24 hours. It's a strong start to his day, but he's clearly facing a tough opponent in Catalyst. It will be interesting to see if he can find that same form here. Catalyst holds a slim 2-1 lead heading into this. It's a bit a different story from their head-to-head history. Phantom has completely flipped the script, taking full control of the momentum here. Looking like the world #1 right now. Catalyst is just one step ahead at 3-2. A surprising sight, as he is usually a heavy favorite here. We're all squared up at 3 apiece now. A perfect spot for the top seed to assert his authority. That was a quick one. Catalyst really punished him from that height advantage. Absolute deadlock at 4, all as we reset. The top seed is really starting to flex his muscles here. Phantom edges ahead by 1 in a tight contest. His overall win rate reflects the control he's showing here. Unreal, he somehow walks away from that bloodbath with just 4 health left to extend his run. He's firmly establishing himself as the better man in this rivalry. He's just too strong from the box, picking up another quick one to keep this run going. Phantom is in a commanding spot at 8-4. Well, the betting outlook had Catalyst as the one to beat, but the underdog is actually the one putting on a show. That 5-round streak shifted everything in his favor. Fresh start for the second half. Phantom really holds a huge historical advantage here with a 65% win rate on this map. It's definitely giving him the confidence to dictate the tempo. Now the pressure is on to see if he can shut down Catalyst's attempt at a comeback. Phantom has completely run away with this, leading 10-5. The #1 rated player on the ladder is truly showing his class. That was lightning fast. Catalyst is really pushing the pace to keep this from becoming a blowout. Catalyst is putting up a fight now, using that height advantage to keep the pressure on. What a scramble. He barely survives with 10 health after dragging himself through that fight to knock Catalyst off the box. That was an absolute nail-biter for the finish. Another fast reflex win, and now Phantom is just a single round away from closing the match. Catalyst manages to hold his ground, delaying the inevitable for just a bit longer. It's a high-pressure moment for the favorite to keep his cool. And there it is, a spotless final exchange to seal the victory for Phantom. He's been absolutely untouchable today, moving his record to 5-0 with that victory. Phantom enters this series with a perfect 5-0 record over the last day. It's a huge contrast to the struggles we've seen from Vortex lately. The challenge now is seeing if Phantom can maintain that level of consistency throughout the full map. Vortex is on a roll, leading the count 2-1. The top 2 rated players in the league are really battling for control. Neither one of these two is giving an inch tonight. We are completely deadlocked early on. Vortex is surging ahead with a thin 3-2 lead. His current run of form should be making him a heavy favorite here. Pure deadlock now, with things tied at 3-all. The best player on the ladder is proving his worth. The momentum is shifting quickly here, with Phantom putting a real amount of pressure on the map leader. We've hit a complete stalemate with both at 4. He's definitely not playing like an underdog today. Vortex has clawed back into the lead at 5-4. He's really trying to shake off that recent string of losses. These exchanges are getting incredibly fast. Neither player is giving the other a split second to react. Phantom just edges ahead with a narrow 6-5 lead. He's definitely playing his way toward that top spot on the ladder. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the supposed underdog is simply refusing to back down. He's leaning on that strong 66% win rate on Italy to keep the pressure high. Time for Vortex to find some answers. Phantom just barely keeps a 1-round cushion. He's really trying to bridge that gap between them in the overall rankings. Vortex has fully recovered and we're back to a dead heat. The number 1 spot on the ladder is feeling the heat. Phantom is really starting to tighten the screws here, moving back into the lead as we head toward the finish. Absolute chaos here as Vortex ties it at 8. He's shaking off those 4 losses from earlier today. Phantom just sneaks ahead to lead 9-8. He's maintaining a crushing head-to-head advantage in their lifetime rivalry. Phantom just shuts that down quickly, catching Vortex right off the wine crates. Phantom just refuses to let up, securing his 3rd consecutive victory. Absolute perfection from the leader puts a huge grip on this game. A complete shutdown of any hope for a comeback. And there it is. Phantom closes out the series with a stunning finish. He's clearly in a different gear right now, extending the dominant run and continuing to own this specific matchup. Catalyst has an impressive 73% win rate on this map over a huge sample size. It makes this early deficit unexpected, given how much he usually controls the pace here. We'll see if he can lean on that historical advantage to turn things around. Vortex holds the upper hand with a 2-1 lead. Vortex is definitely shaking off that cold start from earlier today. Catalyst just finds the opening and clears him right off that ramp to tie things up. His opponent has certainly been struggling more this afternoon. Vortex just shuts down that angle on the ramp to firmly establish his lead. He's looking much stronger than he did in that last meeting. These two are locked in a real battle, trading rounds back and forth to stay completely even. Vortex has had a rough run today with 5 straight losses. Absolutely wild exchange. He barely scrapes through that one with a sliver of health. The higher rated player is really stepping up for the fight. Vortex is putting on a serious clinic right now, punishing Catalyst the moment he steps onto that ramp. Unbelievable. He nearly went down, but survives that brutal slugfest to keep his streak alive. He's really making the most of his rating advantage today. A tough battle from the ramp, but he's just too sharp to stop right now. Completely flipping the script from their last meeting on Mappas. What a scramble! He barely survives that collision with just a few points of health left. The ladder's number 2 is really showing his class here. Vortex takes a solid 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the favorite is really struggling here. It's a shocking shift in momentum considering Vortex had lost 5 in a row before this game. Time to see if the lead holds. The overall head-to-head history is heavily weighted toward Catalyst. It's an edge that often gives him the mental upper hand in this series. Now we just have to see if he can actually turn this current momentum into a comeback. Vortex is just completely in control, holding that ramp perfectly to push his lead even further.
Tough break for the 6th seed to be this far behind.
Vortex just cleans him right off the ramp and secures another victory. He really seems to be turning his fortunes around today. A fast response from the challenger to get back on the board. It's a bit of a grind for the top 6 seed to be trailing like this. Vortex claims this point from the ramp, putting him 1 win away from the match. His consistency here is exactly why he entered as the favorite. A strong showing from the underdog, knocking his opponent off the ramp to deny that match point. That puts a serious dent in the momentum for the favorite. Another rapid victory for him, continuing this sudden surge of momentum. He's really starting to put the pressure back on here. He's just on fire right now, taking another round without taking any damage himself. This is a scary spot for the favorite to be in. What a finish! Vortex closes it out with a huge final shot to secure the victory. He finally broke through that long drought today. It's a huge confidence booster to get the result after struggling so much earlier. Phantom is entering this with a perfect 10-win streak over his last 10 matches, and he's already holding a psychological edge after beating Catalyst in their most recent encounter. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this pace. Catalyst is really finding his rhythm, leading by 1. The number 1 seed is feeling the heat right now. He is just on fire right now, taking total control of the server. Seeing the world, number 1 struggled to find an answer here. A total shutout, he's simply outclassing his opponent right now. The best player on the ladder is really feeling the pressure. Phantom puts a stop to that run, picking him right off the ramp. He's showing why he entered this as the heavy favorite. Unreal, he barely scrapes through that exchange, clawing back into this series. The gap is officially gone, we are back to a 1-round difference. What a turnaround! He just erased that deficit to tie things up at 4-4. Just completely deadlocked as we head into the next one. He's just completely taken over this match, securing another win to seize the lead. And the deadlock returns, bringing us right back to a tie. Neither player is letting the other breathe tonight. Catalyst pushes ahead again, reclaiming a narrow 6-5 lead. A surprising turn of events given how dominant he's been all day. We're all square at 6-6. I mean, Catalyst is playing exactly how we hoped he would today. It's a toss-up right now, but the favorite is definitely holding his own against that 10-game win streak. Let's see who blinks first. Catalyst takes a slight edge with a 7-6 lead. The world number 1 is starting to feel the pressure. Catalyst has a high 64% win rate on this map. It's clearly helping him bridge the gap against a much higher rated opponent. He looks poised to genuinely challenge the league leader right now. Phantom denies him from the Tetris, showing great tenacity to pull this series back to a deadlock. Expectations are definitely shifting as this duel evolves. He is completely unstoppable right now, extending his run to 3 straight wins. He is simply refusing to slow down, securing a 4th consecutive round with a lightning-fast reaction. He's just on another level right now, adding a 5th straight victory to this incredible surge. The gap in rankings is starting to feel quite significant. What a stand! Catalyst holds his ground on the box to finally stop that run. He looks a lot more comfortable now than he did earlier this afternoon. He's putting up a serious fight, extending this run and tightening the gap. Confidence is definitely swinging back into his favor. A flawless exchange for Phantom, and he's now just 1 step away from victory. A really steady performance from the top seed tonight. Absolutely incredible. Phantom closes it out with pure grit, securing the victory and completing a stunning climb back into the lead. Catalyst really pushed him to the brink there, but that's just how the top seed plays when his back's against the wall. He really had to earn that one. What a fight. Phantom has a massive historical lead in their head-to-head, winning over 60% of their encounters. And with that absolute momentum from his 7-game winning streak today, he's looking completely untouchable. It will be tough for Vortex to find any opening here. Phantom's now riding a 2-1 lead into this round. His raw skill is showing, even with the early stumble. Phantom is just way too fast right now, picking up rounds in a heartbeat. The world number 1 is showing why he holds that spot. Phantom is just relentless, pushing the lead to 3-2. Just a quick reminder that the favorite is safely in control here. Phantom is cruising along with a commanding 4-2 lead. The top seed is playing with immense confidence today. Vortex is fighting back. We've seen several rounds go back and forth now, and the gap is nearly gone. Vortex has clawed back to tie this up at 4-all. It's a wild shift for the favorite after starting so strong. Phantom regains the edge, moving ahead 5-4. Things are getting incredibly tight. Neither player can truly pull away right now. The number 2 seed is really making his presence felt. Phantom holds a slim 6-5 advantage right now. That's an incredible run of form he's bringing into the latter half. We've got a deadlock at 6-0. I mean, it's almost exactly what we expected to see. Phantom has a higher win rate on this specific map, and he's definitely showing that stability in these first 12 rounds. Time to see who blinks first. Phantom nudges ahead, now leading 7-6. He is continuing an incredible run of form from his last 10. Phantom has been practically perfect today with a 7-0 run in the last 24 hours. And he is now leveraging that heat to put Vortex in a very precarious position. He's really capitalizing on every single mistake. Both of them traded hits in that scramble, but Vortex earns the survival to stay in the hunt. That was a nail-biter of a finish. Phantom's really pulling away now, sitting on a 10-7 lead. A tough break for the second best player on the ladder. Vortex is really starting to feel the pressure now. He's falling further behind as this match slips away. Vortex is refusing to go away quietly, keeping himself right in the mix here. The top 2 seeds are putting on a show. He just needs a single round now to finish this off. Expectations are definitely being met in this series. Absolutely sensational. Phantom shuts the door on this match with a quick final strike. He really looks like the best in the world right now, just completely outclassing the competition with every single flick. Catalyst holds a clear all-time lead with 804 wins in their head-to-head series. It's an impressive historical gap, but the current form is skewed the other way since Vortex just took their most recent encounter. We'll see if that historical dominance still carries weight here. A fierce display from the high ground as he keeps the pressure mounting from the box. Vortex manages to outduel him from below and drops him off that box. The expected favorite is finally starting to find a gap in the armor. Catalyst is really cruising with a commanding 4-1 lead. Our rank 2 player is definitely feeling the pressure right now. Unbelievable! He claws back a victory by the skin of his teeth, surviving with almost nothing left. He's definitely playing with a lot of heart right now. Vortex enters this round with a higher rank on the ladder, currently sitting at number 2. And that raw skill edge is usually what makes him a dangerous opponent. It will be interesting to see if he can translate that into a consistent comeback given how wide this lead has become. Catalyst is just dominating this 6 free stretch. The slight favorite is having a really tough time staying consistent. He's refusing to back down, keeping this contest very much alive. That was a tight exchange for the win. A total shutdown to keep the momentum shifting before we head into the break. That's an incredible burst of confidence from the challenger. Catalyst goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, things are playing out exactly as we anticipated. He's showing why he's the historical favorite in this rivalry, even if it stayed a close fight so far. Let's see if Vortex can spark here. What a chaotic exchange, but he manages to survive the firefight and claw back another round. He's really fighting through the pressure right now. He's completely erased that deficit to bring us dead even at 7-7. The momentum has completely shifted toward the slight favorite. Catalyst barely scrapes ahead to reclaim the narrow lead. It's been a rough stretch for the 6th ranked player today. He is refusing to let this match slip away, leveling the playing field at 8-8. Absolute deadlock now as we head deeper into the match. Catalyst manages to nose ahead with a slim 1-round lead. Both of these players have had a rough run of results today. Catalyst is really starting to pull away now, making quick work of the opening exchanges. Vortex just looked completely untouchable there, securing a flawless victory to keep the pressure on. That was an incredibly crisp sequence of plays. The pace of these exchanges has been blistering. Catalyst is reacting so quickly right now. He shuts the door on that comeback effort from the box, putting himself a single round away from victory. Game over! He closes it out from the box to secure the victory. He really knew how to take over those critical moments to keep his opponent from ever getting too comfortable. Phantom is starting strong, instantly shutting Catalyst down on the Wine. Phantom enters this one with a perfect 8-0 run today. He's clearly in top form, though it's interesting that the ladder rating puts him firmly ahead as the league's best. It will be a real test to see if he can maintain that momentum through a tighter series. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece as they reset. It's a close battle despite that early map edge. Phantom is really starting to put on the pressure here, catching Catalyst just as he stepped onto the Wine. He is simply too fast right now, securing another flawless encounter to keep the streak alive. Catalyst responds with a strong shot, keeping the score tight. It's an interesting clash of styles, especially with the odds favoring the underdog here. Phantom is quickly asserting his control here, capitalizing on that vantage point from the Wine. Catalyst is really feeling the pressure right now with a 30% win rate over his last 10 games. And honestly, this lack of confidence is starting to show as he struggles to find a way back into the map. It will be tough to see him break this downward trend. He stays perched on the Wine to secure another easy win, keeping the pressure high. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead, and honestly, is making a huge statement as the underdog. He has a huge advantage on Italy, and we are seeing that play out in real time. Catalyst needs a big wake-up call. Phantom's just relentless, stretching the gap to 9-4. The top seed is really asserting himself throughout this set. Phantom dominates, pushing his lead to a commanding 10-4. The top seed is just completely in control of the server. Another effortless win for the trailing seed, who looks simply unstoppable right now. That is an absolute wall of momentum for Phantom, just picking him off the Wine to move within a single round of victory. A quick reflex win for Catalyst to put a momentary pause on the onslaught. What a finish! Phantom closes the door right now to secure a decisive victory. He's just on another level today. He's effectively running circles around the field in this tournament. Vortex manages to outplay him and clears the ramp for a quick opening round. Vortex is putting on a show here, just sweeping the floor with him. Pretty surprising for someone coming in as the clear favorite. A total shutout. He's completely taking control of this opening stretch. He's really shaking off that poor 1-7 start to his day. He shows some real grit here, clawing back a point to stay in the fight. Phantom continues the surge effortlessly, picking him off the ramp. Just a glimpse of why he entered this set with the edge. Vortex puts a stop to that brief momentum shift by catching Phantom right there on the ramp. The number 1 seed is definitely feeling the pressure right now. He's refusing to go away, keeping the deficit manageable with that effortless shot. The skill gap is barely visible right now. Phantom just shuts him down on the ramp to pull this series level. The momentum has completely swung back to the favorite. Vortex barely holds a 1-round lead as we reset. The league's top seed is starting to look vulnerable. He secures another fast win from the ramp to square things up at 5-5. A complete stalemate between these two at the moment. Vortex is starting to pull away, taking control of the height advantage from that ramp. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the half, while the favorite is playing his part and holding the lead for now. He's looking sharp today, despite those earlier losses in his set. Fresh start for both players now. Both of them were fighting for that same space on the ramp, but Vortex just came out on top. Really surprising to see him dominate the top-rated player like this. Phantom is currently staring down a 9-5 deficit, which is just wild when you look at his perfect 9-0 run over the last day. He's practically unbeatable today, but he's meeting a huge wall in Vortex right now. Absolutely crushing it now. He's just completely in control of this match. Total shift from their previous meeting on orange. Unreal. He's simply outclassing everything Phantom throws at him, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. Game over. He closes the series with an effortless finish from the ramp. Seeing the world's top-ranked player get outplayed like that is just unbelievable. He's officially snapped that nightmare start to his day. Catalyst secures the early lead, coming out on top from the toolbox. Catalyst really dominates the head-to-head history with a 58% win rate over the long term. You know, it's interesting to see those numbers side by side, since Vortex has generally been the one fighting an uphill battle in this pairing. It'll be a real test of nerves to see if that historical lead still holds weight. Catalyst gets the better of him from the wine box, and now we are right back to a dead heat. And that puts them on even footing despite the rank difference. Catalyst is really starting to build some momentum now, picking up another quick win from that elevated spot. He secures another fast exchange from the window, totally in control of the server right now. He absolutely shreds the opposition from the toolbox to keep this run alive. Vortex usually handles this map better based on the numbers. He's completely out of sync, and Catalyst takes another one down from the ramp. Vortex is usually the one looking down from a higher rank. Vortex manages to knock him off the wine box to grab a round. He is definitely leaning on that rank 2 experience now. Unreal, he claws back from the brink and manages to knock Catalyst off the ramp. A gutsy hold there, staying alive by a hair. Vortex has had a tough run today with a 2-7 record over the last 24 hours. It's clear that those struggles are still weighing on him, even as he tries to fight back into this game. I wonder if the pressure of the higher rank is finally getting to him. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead as we head into the break. I mean, the favorite is doing exactly what we thought he would. He's looking sharp, but Vortex is staying within striking distance. A flawless display of accuracy here as the challenger keeps the pressure high. A quick snap to the head to keep this close. Catalyst is proving too fast today, shutting down Vortex while he was holding that ramp. He's really making the most of his current form. He looks much more comfortable now that the pressure's on. The lead is narrowing fast after that exchange. He's simply not going away, finding the equalizer to tie this setup at 8 apiece. This is a total reset. Neither man has the upper hand. He's on fire now, taking full control of this series with a 3rd straight victory. The momentum shift is palpable after how he started this set. Catalyst shuts the door on him from the ramp, bringing the map back to a deadlock. It's an incredibly tight battle between these two top players. Vortex keeps the pressure on and cleans him right off the ramp. His recent form is definitely starting to trend upward. Total deadlock at 10-all, a complete toss-up now. The A-list skill is certainly on display from both of these. Vortex is refusing to fold, picking him off the wine box to take the lead. A precise shot to keep the pressure mounting. He's truly refusing to break, moving within a single round of victory. A huge turnaround for the underdog today. Catalyst holds his ground from the toolbox to keep this game alive. Just what you expect from the favorite when things get tight. What a moment, he clears out the ramp to force this game into overtime. It's an absolute nail-biter given that rating gap between them. Vortex is showing incredible grit here, simply picking his opponent off the wine box. The momentum is shifting a bit in his favor. This is just an absolute deadlock. Neither player can find a way to actually pull away from the other. Vortex is showing that rank 2 skill when it matters most. Vortex is simply refused to go away, putting up another untouchable frame to bring the score to 14-13. We've reached an absolute stalemate. Both these players are just refusing to give an inch.
The historical lead in their head-to-head clashes is truly staggering.
Absolutely cold-blooded as he drops Catalyst off the ramp to move within striking distance. A huge shot to put him in the driver's seat. What a finish! Vortex closes it out to complete an incredible comeback victory. He just couldn't let it slip away, especially after that wild ride through overtime. He really earned this one. What a fight! Phantom carries a huge advantage here with a 63% win rate on this map. That's a significant gap compared to Catalyst and really puts the pressure on him early. He'll need to find some answers quickly to avoid another blowout. Unreal. He barely scrapes through that firefight, surviving with just 15 health to keep the momentum going. Tough start for the top-ranked player on the ladder.
A total shutdown on that exchange, showing some real grit from the underdog to claw back around.
He's refusing to fade away, claiming another round for himself here. The momentum shift feels exactly how the pre-match odds suggested.
Catalyst is firmly in control with a 4-2 lead.
The top-rated player in the league is fighting a tough uphill battle. Phantom is practically unmatched in his current form, securing a 9-1 record over the last day. It's a stark contrast to the struggle he's having in this specific series. The big question is if he can actually stop Catalyst from snowballing this lead. Catalyst is just dominating with a commanding 6-3 lead. H2H records usually favor the other guy, but the script is flipped. These matches are ending in a flash. Catalyst is just popping heads before Phantom even has a chance to react. A tough look for the current #1 seed. Catalyst is just cruising along with a 7-4 cushion. He's certainly showing the form that earned him the top seed. Catalyst takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Everything is playing out exactly as the books predicted. He is simply too sharp for Phantom right now. Phantom needs a total reset here. Catalyst keeps his grip on a steady 8-5 lead. His overall all-time win rate sits a bit higher at 64%. A completely clean shot to keep this rally going as he narrows the gap. He is definitely starting to put up a fight here. Catalyst maintains a strong lead, sitting at 9-6. He looks much more comfortable than he did against Vortex earlier today. He's staying aggressive, delivering a precise burst to keep this comeback effort alive. He's hanging tough, winning another close scramble to keep the pressure on. The gap is closing quickly as the underdog pushes back. Absolute chaos in that duel, but he manages to survive and force a deadlock. Absolute deadlock we have now, a complete reset for both sides. A fast, efficient burst ensures the lead stays with a higher seed. He's certainly not letting that previous 13-5 defeat get in his head. What a performance, he's completely erased that deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. Neither side is blinking as we head into the final stretch. What a nail-biter! He survives on a sliver of health to take a one-round lead. Phantom is really starting to exert his will in these late rounds. What a grueling fight, but Phantom survives the scramble to secure match point. Simply cannot believe he's let it slide this far. What an unbelievable finish. Phantom claws back from the brink to secure the map in an absolute brawl. He's showing exactly why he holds that top spot on the leaderboard right now. Just completely outlasted the competition today. What a fight. Vortex gets a quick start, utilizing the ramp to snag that first round. Phantom really looks like the stronger side today, especially since he's gone 10-1 over the last day. It's a big shift in energy compared to the last few times these two faced off. Now we see if he can push that lead even further. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece now. The best player on the ladder is really asserting himself here. Phantom is really putting the pressure on here, netting 3 of the last 4. He's proving why he holds that top seed today. Vortex has clawed back to a total stalemate. That's a bold showing against the top rated player in the league. Phantom pulls ahead by a single round now. The head-to-head history heavily favors the lead here. These exchanges are getting quicker and quicker, almost just a matter of who reacts first. Phantom clings to a slim lead at 5-4. He's showing a lot of confidence after that tight result against Catalyst. Phantom has a massive lead in their career rivalry, holding over 2,000 wins in their shared history. It looks like that confidence is paying off right now. Vortex is definitely fighting uphill as the gap widens. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's really leaning into that 70% map win rate he's got here. He's looking every bit the top seed right now. Time for the swap. Vortex strikes first after the switch, catching Phantom right off the ramp. He's definitely not letting the top seed just stroll to victory today. Phantom manages an 8-6 cushion here. Vortex is really feeling the heat now. A total shutdown for the underdog, continuing this push to close the gap. The underdog is definitely finding his footing in this series. Unbelievable. He manages to dig deep and survive a brutal exchange to tie this up at 8-8. Complete deadlock as we head into the final stretch. What a run. He's now taken a lead and has all the wind in his sails. An absolute shift in the momentum right here. Phantom answers back quickly, bringing this series back to a dead heat. Exactly where you'd expect a duel between the top two to be. Phantom edges ahead by a single point now. He's really making the most of that historical dominance. He just completely erased him from the server, staying perfectly healthy while extending this surge. Phantom puts on a show from the ramp, putting himself just one step away from the victory. Absolute control of the server now. Unbelievable. He closes it out with a huge play from the ramp to seal the match. He really tightened things up when it mattered most. Just a solid focused performance from the #1 seed to close this out. quick start for Catalyst, who managed to shut down Vortex on the ramp. Catalyst really owns the long-term head-to-head with a 58% win rate against him. It's interesting because Vortex actually came out on top in their most recent meeting. The question now is if the former winner can reclaim his confidence. Total deadlock here, with both players tied at 2. Vortex looks incredibly sharp for the second-ranked player on the ladder. He's simply too fast, taking control from the ramp to string together 3 straight wins. The second-ranked player in the league is clearly in a different gear. Another effortless get for him, extending the run to 4 straight. He's really making a case for that top 2 spot today. Absolute perfection from him, picking up another one without taking a single point of damage. And he responds. Catalyst shuts the door on that streak to keep things competitive. He's fighting to close the gap and stay relevant. Vortex seems to be mirroring his earlier performance against the favorite today. He's clearly capitalizing on a rough patch of form for Catalyst. It'll be a tough mountain to climb if the momentum keeps swinging this way. He takes the opponent right off the ramp, continuing this push to bridge the gap. The momentum is swinging back in favor of the underdog. We're sitting at 6-6 heading into the break. This is exactly what I expected to see. Both players are holding their own though. Catalyst is relying on that strong map history to keep things level. Switching sides now, let's see who breaks. Vortex edges ahead by 1 as we start this half. He's looking very composed for someone who's faced so much adversity today. Vortex holds a 2-round lead as we hit round 14. Vortex is really leaning into that recent victory on fast aim. He continues to dig in, refusing to let the lead slip completely away. That was an incredibly clean response to get back in the mix. Vortex is just lightning quick today, punishing him the second he stepped onto that ramp. It's a tough second loss in a row for the favorite today. Vortex is pulling away now, leading by 3. The momentum is mirroring that 16-14 result we saw on fast aim. Catalyst proves he's not out of this yet, clawing back another round to keep the pressure mounting. What a response. He's showing real grit here, refusing to let the deficit get any larger. He's proving why he's normally the one who dictates the pace here. Vortex is just refusing to let Catalyst get any traction here, effectively neutralizing that little surge we just saw. His current form has been a struggle, but he's showing glimpses here. He secures another one from the ramp, continuing this impressive climb back into the game. He's refusing to let the lead slip further. Incredible resilience on display as Catalyst secures another win from the Tetris, completely evening the score. He's completely unstoppable right now, powering straight into match point. Absolutely crushing his opponent right now. Absolutely wild. This incredible turnaround forces the series into overtime. A total stalemate as we push into extra time. Vortex is just too fast, picking him right off the ramp to put a huge amount of pressure on the map. A really tough afternoon so far for the 6th ranked player. He secures another crucial win from the boost, keeping this incredible fight alive. This match is essentially a coin flip at this point. He secures the upper hand from heaven, continuing his impressive surge to lead 14-13. This is a huge swing given the ladder gap. He completely shuts him down on the ramp, taking the 15-13 lead. His confidence is sky high after that 13-11 victory over Kale. Unbelievable, he barely hangs on and secures the victory to finish this series. He just barely kept it together in that overtime stretch to secure the win. He really had to dig deep for that one. Hard-fought victory. Phantom really enters this match with an incredible amount of confidence, coming off an 11-1 run today. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this set. He already feels like the man to beat here, especially after taking the opening round. Absolutely chaotic exchange, and Catalyst manages to scrape through with the narrowest of margins. It is a tough road for him, given that head-to-head deficit. Unbelievable. Phantom barely clings to life after outlasting him in a brutal brawl of the box. Everything about this set feels like the favorite is in control. Phantom holds the edge as we head into round 6. It's a battle of the league's absolute top dogs right now. We are all square at 3 apiece. The top seed is definitely feeling the pressure now. He secures a clean victory from the box, completing a rapid 3-round surge. The number 1 seed is starting to look vulnerable. Phantom answers back immediately to level the playing field. The best player in our rating system is really finding his legs.
Catalyst takes the lead, edging ahead 5-4. He's definitely shaking off that narrow loss from earlier today.
Phantom keeps the pace high, quickly cleaning up Catalyst while he was perched on that box. Catalyst really holds his ground from that high perch to keep this close.
Coming into this, we expected the number 1 seed to be in control.
We've got a deadlock at 6-all. I mean, everything is unfolding exactly how the analysts predicted. Both of these guys are refusing to give an inch since the start. Fresh start for both.
Catalyst jumps ahead by 1 as we start the second half. A very tight battle considering the ranking gap between these two. And just like that, Phantom ties it up at 7. The overall head-to-head history clearly favors the top seed.
Both of these players are exchanging rounds like a volley, making it almost impossible to predict who will pull away first. Catalyst is putting on a strong display, despite being outclassed in the historical win rate. It's definitely unexpected to see him this far ahead, given the usual odds. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually close this out.
Catalyst is now 2 steps ahead with a 10-8 lead. The number 6 seed is really putting up a fight here.
This match has turned into a total toss-up, with both players refusing to let the other pull away for good. Phantom is on a roll now, taking a quick battle while Catalyst held the high ground. It's a complete reset with everything on the line. Phantom just completely shut him down on the box, extending his current run to 3 straight. He manages to fight back from that box, bringing things completely level at 11 apiece. He manages to outlast his opponent in an absolute firefight, putting himself just 1 victory away from a win. What a response! Catalyst shuts the door on that surge to force overtime. Total deadlock now as we head into the extra frame. Phantom is showing why he's the top seed right now, always finding a way to respond. He's really capitalizing on his superior map experience here. Phantom's pace is just incredible right now, simply sweeping Catalyst off that box in a heartbeat. This is truly a nail-biter. Catalyst just keeps refusing to go away in this overtime clash. Catalyst is staring down a huge opportunity here, taking total command of the current momentum shift. His composure is just off the charts in these closing moments. A near instant reaction from Phantom, leaving him just 1 step away from closing this out. He stops the momentum cold, evening the score out at 15 apiece. An incredibly fast trade to keep this deadlock. Phantom is a single round away from a huge victory. Phantom is just a hair's breadth from the win at 17-15. Catalyst hangs tough as Phantom leads 17-16. He is really fighting through a tough historical deficit here. absolute deadlock now, with Catalyst and Phantom tied at 17. Both players have stayed incredibly consistent through this marathon. Phantom barely keeps his nose ahead at 18-17. It's an incredibly high-stakes environment for both of them right now. Pure insanity as Catalyst forces an 18-all stalemate. It's getting harder and harder to tell who the favorite is now. Phantom manages to edge ahead, leading 19-18. Phantom just snatched the 2-round cushion. He's clearly in his element on this specific terrain. Phantom claws back the lead, now sitting at 20. He's really refusing to let the number 1 rank intimidate him today. Phantom holds a narrow 2-point lead as we hit 40. The pressure is absolutely suffocating at this stage. Phantom's firmly in the driver's seat at 22. He barely survived 3 separate scrambles today, but that tenacity kept him in the game. He truly fought for every inch. What a battle. Phantom is coming into this with a massive 12-1 record over the last day, and that momentum is clearly carrying over as he looks to maintain his grip on the top spot of the ladder. We just need to see if Vortex can find a way to break through that pressure. Vortex is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead.
The top-ranked player in the league is really feeling the heat.
They've traded the last 4 rounds blow for blow, keeping this thing completely deadlocked.
Everything seems to be falling in his favor today.
Phantom just can't be shaken. He really cleaned up that angle on the wine to extend his lead.
That's another one. He's really taking over the map right now.
He's just unstoppable right now, extending a 4-round tier without taking a single point of damage. He's just in another gear entirely, keeping the streak alive for a 5th consecutive round. Absolutely ruthless. He is just tearing through the defense and has a 6-round lead on the streak. Finally, a response from Vortex, who secures a rapid shutdown to stop that runaway train. Phantom holds a massive historical edge, winning about 61% of their career head-to-heads. And that long-term superiority is staring Vortex right in the face today. He's simply not letting the opponent back into this game. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the underdog is absolutely running away with this. He's capitalizing on his 66% map win rate and looks poised to secure a major upset.
Phantom is nearly home with a commanding 9-4 lead.
The number 1 seed is simply refusing to budge.
Phantom is just cruising along now with a 10-4 lead.
Phantom is really showing his quality as the top-rated guy right now. Vortex is fighting back and managed to put up a quick stand there.
A much-needed spark for the 3rd-ranked player.
Phantom is just far too quick. That response time was scary. A tough scrap for both, but he comes out on top to reach match point. He's playing with so much confidence right now. Unbelievable reflex. He closes this out effortlessly to secure the victory. Vortex put up a few fights, but he's just lacking the answers for a player in this kind of form. Phantom has dominated this specific pairing historically, winning over 60% of their head-to-head encounters. But that's a huge contrast to Vortex's current result. It'll be interesting to see if the favorite can shake off that slow start. Vortex is really finding his rhythm at 2-1. He's really challenging that #1 spot on the ladder right now. Vortex is really putting on the pressure here, moving himself closer to a commanding lead. Vortex manages to clear him right off the ramp to secure another round. Quite a turnaround compared to the dominant 13-5 result in their last meeting. He's absolutely taking over now, deleting his opponent from the toolbox to keep this run going. The momentum is completely shifted now as he secures his 5th straight victory. A tough spot for the current league leader to be in. Phantom finally responds, coming out on top in this exchange. The #1 ranked player is finally waking up. Phantom has been absolutely on fire with the 13-1 record today. He's coming into this match in peak form, yet he's struggling to find any answers for the way Vortex is playing right now. We have to wonder if the top seed can actually reverse this trend. Vortex is just cruising now with an 8-3 lead. He's making it look easy despite the dismal 3-10 start to the day. Vortex takes an 8-4 lead into the break. He's proving why he was the heavy favorite today. He's simply outplaying Phantom right now, and he'll want to close this out fast before the momentum shifts. Time to see a reset here. Vortex still holds a 3-round cushion at 8-5. He is certainly proving his status as the top dog tonight. Vortex is flying high now, pushing the lead to 9-5. Hard to believe he's the one on the defensive right now. Vortex is just too quick, catching Phantom right there in the window to push his lead to double digits. The world #1 is really feeling the heat now. He is just completely owning this exchange, moving his lead up to 11. He's completely defying the oddsmakers today. Phantom quickly recovers with a sharp shot to clear the toolbox. He's definitely using that higher rank to claw back into the game. Phantom is starting to look a lot more comfortable now, taking control of the ramp to keep this rally going. Just a blur! And now he's standing on the edge of victory. That was a lightning fast reaction to reclaim control. A precise shot gives Phantom another narrow victory to keep his hopes alive. Vortex is still firmly in the driver's seat for now. Absolute precision from the ramp to seal the deal, and that's the match. He just completely turned his day around after that rough start. A massive statement win for the underdog tonight. Phantom comes in as the top-rated player in the league right now. And looking at that 13-2 record over the last day, he's clearly hitting his peak at the perfect time. We'll see if Vortex can keep up with that level of consistency. Phantom holds a slim lead as they head back out. He's fighting against a very steep mountain in their career head-to-head. Vortex just completely flipped the script, catching Phantom right as he tried to hold the ramp. Vortex is definitely proving he can trade blows with the #1 seed. Unbelievable speed from Vortex, who just completely took over the server with 3 straight rounds. The favorite is really feeling the pressure right now. Phantom responds quickly, catching his opponent right off the ramp to level things up. Absolutely deadlocked as we move into the second half of the first set. Phantom barely holds the edge at 4-3. The top spot on the ladder is showing some real poise. Vortex manages to secure another quick one, picking Phantom right off those Tetris blocks. A complete toss-up as we look toward the mid-game. Vortex is really stacking up the momentum here, putting together a strong run of rounds. And just like that, Vortex forces a 5-all stalemate. The overall head-to-head history still heavily favors the world #1. Phantom claws back to lead 6-5 as we reset. It's looking like a textbook performance for the favorite. We're all squared up at 6-6 going into the switch. I mean, the map is playing out exactly as we thought it would, with the favorite holding his ground, expecting a very close finish here. Time to see who blinks first. Vortex has officially snatched the lead, 7-6. The third rank is really making a statement today. Vortex is putting up a great fight despite a historically low win rate of 51% across his career. And honestly, the way he's shutting down the favorite right now proves that rank doesn't always dictate the result. Let's see if he can keep this heat going. That was an effortless shot to pull him back into this contest. He manages to hold the ramp perfectly, showing some serious grit as he narrows this gap. Total shift in energy as he wipes away that lead. Vortex is cruising now, holding a commanding 2-round cushion. Phantom is looking quite vulnerable for the league's top-rated seed. Vortex is putting on a clinic here. His lead is starting to feel very secure. The world #1 has finally been backed into a corner. Phantom controls the pace from the Tetris, showing some real grit to stay in this. This is exactly why he's considered the most dangerous man on the map. A total slugfest on the ramp, but Phantom emerges completely unscathed to keep the pressure on. The world seed is refusing to go down without a fight. He's just too sharp right now, erasing the deficit completely to tie things up. The momentum has completely shifted back into his favor. Vortex puts himself in a position to close this out right now. He just needed a quick reset to stop the bleeding. What a recovery! He holds the ramp to force a deadlock at 12-12. Total chaos as we head into the sudden death finish. What a desperate scrap for that lead. What a response! He refuses to be denied and forces this deadlock at 13 apiece. He's completely shut down the charge, taking a firm grip on the overtime series. Vortex is really fighting an uphill battle to stay in this series. Absolutely ruthless. He's now just a single exchange away from taking home the victory. Total dominance from him in this final stretch. What an incredible ending. Phantom closes the door on the series to secure the victory. He really just refused to let his opponent take this series. Vortex pushed him to the limit in overtime, but the top seed was just too steady. What a fight! Phantom enters this series with a strong 14-2 record over the last day, and those results really complement the historical edge he's held over Vortex in their long-term head-to-head. It'll be interesting to see if the top-rated player can maintain this level of precision. Vortex is surging ahead with a commanding 2-1 lead. The top seed is definitely feeling the pressure now. He's just untouchable right now, securing 3 straight rounds in a row. The highest rated player in the league is really struggling to find a footing. Phantom responds immediately, putting a stop to that momentum. He's looking much more comfortable now that the dust has settled. Vortex holds a 2-round cushion as we hit round 6. He's managed to claw back a result against the league's top seed. Vortex has only a 51% all-time win rate, which makes this lead even more impressive. It really highlights how far he shifted the momentum in this specific series. We'll see if he can keep up this pace through the second half. What a fight! He nearly went down with the round, but stays alive to secure his second straight win. He's effectively wiped away that earlier lead. Vortex is cruising now, leading 6-4. The number 3 seed is really putting the top seed to the test. Vortex is absolutely dominating here, extending his lead to 7-4. Vortex enters the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, he's playing exactly how you'd expect for the favorite. He has this match well in hand, and Phantom just hasn't found a way to stop him. Let's see if Phantom finds his rhythm. Vortex keeps the heat on, pushing it to 8-5. It's a bit surprising to see him on the back foot given the historical edge he holds. He's showing real grit here, shutting down that run and narrowing the gap to 2. The resistance is finally starting to build here. He's completely flipped the script now, putting together a 3-round run to close the gap. Absolute chaos now with that narrow lead. Vortex stops that momentum cold with a very clean response. He's showing a lot of persistence against the man at the top of the ladder. He is refusing to fade away, walking away from that exchange without losing a single point of health. Still feeling like the odds-on pick in this one. The comeback is officially on as he levels the playing field at 9-all. A complete reset on the scoreboard as we head into the final stretch. Vortex regains a thin advantage, moving ahead 10-9. Hard to believe he's this far behind after his recent 16-13 win today. He just won't go away, finding another perfect shot to bring us back to a deadlock. A complete stalemate as we enter the final stretch. He's simply outplaying the competition right now, taking the lead back in this series. He's finally starting to play like the favorite in this one. He's just refusing to let up, putting himself on the verge of victory. He really knows how to close out these high-stakes games. A huge stop here. He manages to keep the dream alive by shutting things down instantly. Absolutely incredible. We're going to overtime after that lightning-fast exchange. And he just can't be stopped. That's 3 straight for Vortex to firmly seize control of this overtime battle. Absolutely crushing the spirit of the league's top seed. Unbelievable. He just crushed that exchange to tie this series up at 13-13. A complete deadlock we've never seen between these two. He is really putting a grip on this overtime stretch, forcing the top seed to fight for everything. An absolute battle for every single digit. Both of them took heavy damage in that exchange, but Phantom manages to edge out the win to keep this overtime battle alive. He really knows how to keep the tension high in these clashes. He has completely seized the momentum, putting himself just 1 step away from victory. His reaction time was just too fast for an answer there. What a response! Vortex just snatched the lead back in a flash, putting himself 1 step closer to the finish. Phantom holds a slender 1-round lead as we entered 31. Total parity now, with both sitting at 16 apiece.
Vortex jumps back in front, holding a narrow 17-16 edge. He's really making the world's best player work for every inch. Vortex is really pulling away now, leading 18-16. The gap in their ratings is completely irrelevant in this clash. Vortex keeps the lead tight at 18-17. He's fighting back to reclaim some of that expected dominance. Complete deadlock at 18 apiece as we hit round 36. Pure nerves now as both players look completely equal. Phantom finally edges ahead, clutching a narrow 19-18 lead. We are right back to a dead heat at 19-19. Vortex manages to break the tie, leading 20-19. He's really challenging that top seed's dominance today. Unbelievable. Phantom forces a total stalemate at 20 all. It's a total toss-up now as we head into the 40th. Vortex takes a breathless lead at 21-20. Looking like a huge night for the lower ranked player. Vortex extends that cushion to a 2-round lead. He really defied every bit of history to get this one done in overtime. That's a massive statement win over the world number 1. What a fight.
Welcome everyone! We're heading to Dunes for a clash between Vortex and Phantom, where the top seed faces a tough challenge. Phantom has absolutely dominated this rivalry with a 61% win rate over thousands of encounters. It really puts into perspective why he enters this map as such a heavy favorite. We'll see if Vortex can flip the script today. Vortex is surging ahead with a commanding 2-1 lead. He's really making the league's top-rated player sweat right now. Another effortless pick, simply deleting Phantom right off that box. He is just completely taking over this series, moving into a strong 4-round lead. His recent form hasn't mirrored this sudden collapse. Simply untouchable right now, extending his lead to 5-1. It's a complete turnaround for a guy who's been so sharp today. He's just completely outclassing the opposition, which brings him to a 6-round streak. The top seed looks completely lost right now. He secures another win from the box, pushing the gap to 7-1. The number 1 seed has never looked more vulnerable. Unbelievable. He claws back around with a desperate scramble, barely hanging on by a thread. Phantom has gone 14-3 in his games over the last day. It's just shocking to see him struggling this badly when his recent form is so strong. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually recover. Vortex takes an 8-4 lead into the break, and honestly, everything is going according to plan for him. He's playing with a lot of confidence to keep that lead wide open. Let's see if Phantom wakes up. Phantom stops the bleeding, trimming that lead to 8-5. The best player on the ladder is finally asserting his authority. He is putting up a real fight, erasing that momentum shift with another quick win. He's not going away. That makes 3 straight for a man who refuses to let this match slip. This is the kind of high-level poise we expected from the favorite. Vortex halts the momentum and puts the score back at 9-7. He's remaining composed and continuing this climb back into the match. He's fighting back with an incredible level of persistence, bringing the score completely level. This is exactly why the pre-match odds were so skewed. What a display of power! He's now claiming 3 straight and looks completely in control. The pressure is really mounting for the underdog here. Vortex responds immediately, bringing this series back to a dead heat. He's simply too sharp today, keeping the pressure high and moving just one step closer to victory. He's just 1 round away from victory after a truly gritty recovery. He's really showing why he holds that top spot in the ratings. Absolute perfection. Phantom closes the door on this series with a flawless final round to take the victory. It looked like a total collapse for a while, but that composure really saved him in the end. He had to work for that. Phantom has a massive 61% win rate against Vortex in their history together. It's definitely a stark contrast to how his day has started compared to his usual standard. Let's see if the number 1 seed can turn this around. Absolute perfection here. He's just completely shut the door on the competition. Another lightning fast shot puts him in full control of the opening. He digs in from the Tetris to claim a 5th straight victory.
His recent form has been on fire compared to this series. Phantom finally responds with a win, cutting into that lead. It's a strong start to the day for the top-rated guy.
Phantom has been putting up a dominant 15-3 record over the last day. So yeah, you'd expect that momentum to translate into a more commanding lead. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually find his footing after this slow start. Unreal, Vortex barely survives that encounter, knocking him off the Tetris with a sliver of health left.
Vortex is just cruising with a commanding 7-3 lead. Still plenty of room for a comeback given the gaps here. Vortex holds a steady 3-round cushion at 7-4.
Just a glimpse of what the league's top seed is capable of. Vortex is up 8-4 at the break. I mean, he's really capitalizing on that early pressure. The favorite is playing his part perfectly right now, and he looks completely comfortable with this lead. Let's see if the momentum shifts. The two of them just collided right there on the ramp, but Vortex had the faster reaction.
The odds really didn't look this way heading into the set.
Holy cow, that was a slugfest. He barely survives the exchange with practically nothing left in the tank. Vortex just doesn't care where the other guy is hiding, picking him right off the Tetris with a clean shot. Vortex is making it look way too easy right now. He's simply outdueling the top seed in almost every interaction. Phantom is finally clawing back into this, refusing to just hand over the victory.
Seeing the world number 1 try to dig out of this hole,
Phantom is starting to put a real dent in that lead now.
the world's top-rated player is finally starting to flex.
And he's still on a roll, securing another easy point to keep the pressure mounting.
He's really starting to look like the number 1 seed.
Vortex holds that comeback attempt and is now just a single round away from victory.
Just a huge shift from what we expected when the lobby opened. Phantom secures a clean kill from the box to keep this dream alive.
He's certainly not making this a quick wrap-up for the favorite. What a way to finish! Vortex shuts it down with a clean shot to the head to take the series. He really refused to let those head-to-head numbers get in his head today. Just an incredible performance by the underdog. Phantom comes out firing, catching Vortex off guard right there on the ramp. Phantom is looking sharp early on, just completely shutting down his opponent right now. Expected consistency from the top seed right here. A complete shutout as he extends the gap to 3-0. The number 1 seed is showing exactly why he holds that spot. He continues to feast, cleaning up from the ramp to move ahead by 4. Vortex hasn't played his best stuff today, going 6-12 so far. Absolute perfection from the top seed, extending that streak to 5 without taking any damage. That was a frantic exchange, but he manages to secure another victory to keep this flawless run going. He's simply too fast, securing another round from the wine box to keep the streak climbing. He's certainly justifying that top seed ranking right now. Vortex manages to secure a huge response from the ramp to hold that slide. He's proving he can hang with the best player on the ladder. Phantom has usually looked unbeatable in this specific rivalry, winning over 60% of their historical encounters, and honestly, it's a bit shocking to see the top seed suddenly looking vulnerable. We're seeing the momentum completely shift in a way that makes this a very different game than we expected. Vortex is refusing to let this slide, putting up a real fight to close the distance. Still a significant gap to bridge despite that rally. Phantom takes a comfortable 9-3 lead into the break, and honestly, the betting market completely misread this one. Vortex is struggling to find any answers against a player who clearly knows this map better. Vortex needs a huge wake-up call. Phantom is just too snappy today, taking control from the ramp to put a serious dent in Vortex's hopes. The world number 1 is asserting total authority today. Phantom has the high ground once again, cleaning out Vortex from the wine box to really tighten the noose. The world number 1 is firmly back in the driver's seat. A brutal exchange, but he manages to secure it from the wine box to move within 1 of the victory. Vortex keeps the dream alive by shutting him down instantly. He needed that confidence boost right now. He finds the mark again, picking him right off the ramp to secure another round. The underdog is starting to look a lot more dangerous. What a fight! He manages to claw through the chaos and seal the match with a hard-fought win. He just looks a cut above everyone else right now, totally owning his side of the map. Phantom is really the heavy favorite based on that 64% all-time win rate. It makes this early lead for Vortex an interesting shift, especially since the top-rated player in the league is usually so dominant here. Now, we see if that pressure starts to weigh on him. Phantom claims a narrow lead, putting Vortex on the back foot. His recent 16-4 record over the last day is starting to show. He manages to pluck Vortex right off the wine, keeping his hot streak alive. He is really asserting his authority as the top seed. He's just completely in control now, picking up another one to keep the streak alive. The number 1 seed is simply showing this class. A gritty exchange here, but it's Vortex who survives the duel to stop the momentum. That was a tight fight, barely surviving that one. Phantom is currently holding a massive head-to-head advantage with over 2,500 career wins against this opponent, and honestly, he looks completely comfortable tonight. He has a huge amount of confidence knowing he's already beaten Vortex in 2 of their last 3 meetings. It's becoming a really difficult wall for Vortex to climb. Unreal. He barely scrapes through that exchange to take a commanding 6-3 lead. He's looking every bit like the top seed on the ladder. Phantom's just relentless, pushing the tally to 7 now. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, staying perfectly healthy as the gap grows to 5. Phantom takes a comfortable 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, the community really had Vortex as the one to beat today. He's completely flipped the script with his 66% map win rate on Italy. Time for Vortex to wake up. Phantom's just steamrolling a poor Vortex to make it 10. The top seed is just playing at a different level. The matches are ending in a flash lately, and the momentum is firmly with the top seed. Vortex is finally digging in, but it's a steep mountain to climb from this position. He's definitely feeling the heat from the 3rd best player on the list. Vortex is really starting to put some pressure on the frontrunner, now taking a surprising amount of rounds in a row. He's starting to find a way back into this. Another flawless finish for the underdog, keeping the pressure high as he extends this run. Phantom shuts down the comeback immediately, picking him off the wine to reach match point. Unbelievable! He closed back from the brink of death to secure the final round and the victory. The top seed just wasn't letting up, and those lightning fast reflexes really left Vortex in the dust today. Phantom strikes quickly from the ramp to take the early lead. Phantom holds a massive historical edge with over 2,500 career wins against this opponent. It's a striking contrast to how he's played in the opening exchange today. We'll see if he can lean back into that dominance. We're all tied up now as they head into round 5. Phantom is really putting the pressure on now, taking a narrow lead in this set. The top seed is really showing that class difference early on. A dead heat at 3 apiece, we're finally level. Unexpectedly, a very tight series considering that pre-match gap. Vortex just edges ahead to seize the momentum. Despite the current shift, he's still boasting a strong 17-4 run today. Vortex secure another win from the ramp, completely taking over this series. Quite the turn of events for the highest rated man on the ladder. He completely shuts him down off the ramp, keeping the heat on for another point. Phantom is feeling the pressure despite holding the #1 spot. Just a total shutdown here, extending that lead to a 4-round gap. A brutal sequence for the world #1 right now. Phantom finally answers back with a sharp shot to get on the board. Vortex takes the lead 8-4 going into the break. I mean, he's just outperforming the #1 seed right now. That 5-round streak really solidified his grip on the series. Time for a reset. That was a quick trade on the ramp, and Vortex just can't be stopped today. His recent success against the other man hasn't translated today. Vortex is simply dominating right now, taking a 6-round cushion. It is wild to see this happen given that the betting outlook heavily favored the world #1 today. We have to wonder if Phantom can find any answer before this slides completely away. Vortex is just relentlessly crushing it, now leading 10-6. He's finally finding some stability in this match. He's putting a massive amount of distance between himself and the world #1 now. He's really making a statement against the top player. Phantom was just too quick to react from the ramp this time, keeping himself in the fight. He's clearly not out of this match yet. Phantom is starting to claw his way back, holding the ramp to tighten this series up. He's finally starting to look like the favorite again. That was an incredibly efficient exchange, leaving him just a single round away from victory. A quick response to get back into the driver's seat. Unbelievable. Vortex shuts the door with a perfect shot to close it out. He just completely defied the odds today, proving that those rankings don't mean a thing once the match starts. Phantom enters this match as the league's top-rated player, so he really should be controlling the pace here. But Vortex seems to have the upper hand in their most recent head-to-head meeting. It will be interesting to see if Phantom can claw back that confidence early. Vortex is really rolling now, leading 2-1. We're seeing a lot of those dominant 17 5-day vibes now. Phantom has completely turned the tide here. He's found his footing and it's dead even again. The current world number 1 is simply too sharp today. Vortex keeps the momentum, pushing ahead 3-2. The favorite is definitely feeling the pressure now. Total deadlock. We are sitting at a stalemate, 3 apiece. He really owns the historical head-to-head matchup. The pace is just electric right now. These two are simply refusing to let a single second go to waste. Back to square one, they're locked at 4-all. The number 1 seed is proving far too consistent today. Phantom barely edges ahead, taking a 5-4 lead. That's the top-rated player showing exactly why he's on the throne. Another clean finish for the top seed, who is now completely in control of the map. Unbelievable. He claws back from the ramp with just a sliver of health left. He really just scrambled for every single point of health there. We're all squared up at 6-6. I mean, Vortex is holding his ground perfectly against a higher rated opponent. He's absorbing all that pressure, but we'll see if he can keep it up after the switch. Fresh start for both. Vortex strikes back and claims a narrow 7-6 lead. He's really playing like the second best guy on the map right now. Phantom just clawed back to tie it up at 7. That was a fast turnaround after the last exchange. Phantom has completely seized the initiative here, extending his lead with another rapid-fire victory. Vortex answers right back, leaving us tied at 8. The world number 2 is refusing to be intimidated today. Vortex finds the gap, creeping into a 9-8 advantage. Both of these guys are absolutely playing at a world-class level. What a scramble! He barely walks away from that carnage with a sliver of health, extending his run to 3. That was a nail-biter, just a few hit points keeping him in it. A devastating sequence from the boost, and the momentum completely shifts back in his favor. The gap on the ladder is clearly not playing a factor right now. Absolutely wild. He barely survived that war of attrition to reach match point. He simply keeps refusing to go down. What a finish! He closes out the map in a total blur of speed. He's just completely flipped the script on the top seed. He's really starting to turn the tide in this rivalry. Phantom is sitting on a very impressive 17-6 run over the last 24 hours. It's surprising to see him start slowly when he's been in such great form lately. We'll see if he can get his momentum back. Vortex is simply too fast, taking a commanding lead with 3 straight wins. The best player in the league is feeling the heat right now. Finally, an answer from the underdog. He draws blood and holds the slide. The gap in the ladder rankings isn't bothering him now. A total shutdown there. He's proving he can hold his own in this match. The pressure is really starting to shift onto the higher seed. Vortex still keeps a 2-round edge over Phantom. That was a perfect reaction from the trailing player, keeping his composure to close the gap. He's playing like a man with something to prove. Phantom historically holds a massive 61% win rate against his opponent over thousands of matches. But the current flow is completely different, with Vortex firmly in control of the map. It's a strange shift in power for the world's top player. The resilience is starting to show as he claws another one back to keep this close. He is looking incredibly sharp right now, putting out a huge statement just before the break. He's quickly regaining the confidence he had in those earlier matches. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this aligns perfectly with what we expected coming into the game. The favorite is simply outperforming the world number 1 right now. New sides, new energy. Vortex extends his grip, now leading 8-5. It's a complete flip from how their last few meetings went. Vortex is really finding the right spots to hide, picking him off from the ramp again. Just a complete demolition as he keeps his momentum going. A swift response there, keeping the deficit to 4. He really is showing why he holds that number 1 spot. Vortex is making this look effortless. He's really putting some distance between himself and the top seed. Another rapid fire for the leader, putting him just 1 step away from victory. What a finish! He secures a flawless final blow to close out the series. It's a huge result here, as the underdog completely takes over and shuts down the world's best on his favorite map. Phantom holds a significant historical advantage in this pairing with 25-37 total wins. It's a strong record to lean on, but we know Vortex has recently taken 3 straight matches from him. This early lead for the favorite makes it a battle of momentum. He's just untouchable right now, securing another perfect round to take full control. Unreal, that was a wild scramble and he manages to survive with a sliver of health to keep the streak alive. Absolute perfection from him, cruising to a 5-0 start. The top player on the ladder is making it look easy. He is simply refusing to let up, extending the gap to 6 straight. He's certainly making the most of his current form today. He's just not letting up, claiming his 7th straight win to put a stranglehold on this map. Total lockdown. He's just simply outclassing everything Vortex throws at him. This is getting scary. He's just purely outmatched in every exchange right now. The double-digit streak is real. He's just completely dismantling his opponent right now. Just a complete blowout as he heads into the final frame of the half. He's nearly wrapped up this half with a huge lead. It's 11-1 and the underdog is completely running away with this. I mean, Vortex was expected to take the win here, but Phantom is just too strong on this map. Time to wake up, Vortex. He's just too quick, putting himself one step away from the victory. It's been a complete slaughter for the top seed so far. What a dominant display. He closes it out with ease to finish the game. Vortex had all the momentum coming into this one, but he just couldn't find any answers for that level of precision. Phantom starts strong, utilizing that ramp position to get an early lead in this set. Phantom is really making his presence felt, holding a substantial edge over the long term with over 2,500 wins in their history. And he's playing with a high level of confidence today, after an 18-7 run in the last 24 hours. We'll see if Vortex can find any answers. Phantom's comfortably in control with a commanding 3-1 lead. The best player on the ladder is showing exactly why he holds that spot. The pace is incredibly fast right now, with Phantom simply outreacting him every time he peaks. He's certainly looking like the right pick today. He's showing some real grit, putting up a fight to keep this match close. The underdog is definitely refusing to go away quietly. Phantom just shot that down instantly, using the high ground on the ramp to put more distance between them. Phantom isn't letting him breathe, shutting down that ramp position with a really quick reaction. Vortex is trying to erase a massive history of losses here, though he is still trailing after a dominant series of games, and it is interesting because the betting outlook actually saw him as the favorite going into this. I wonder if that psychological weight is starting to play a role. Phantom's just run away with this, leading 8-3. Looking at those totals, there's a reason he's the #1 rated guy. Phantom takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the analysts had Vortex as the heavy favorite here, but the momentum is completely on the other side. He's really leveraging that 58% win rate on Redline. Vortex needs a total reset. Phantom is absolutely crushing it with a 9-4 stranglehold. He looks completely unbothered despite those early losses to his opponent today. Phantom is just relentless now, extending his lead to 10-4. The gap in their all-time head-to-head really tells the story here. Vortex is fighting back, but he's still got a mountain to climb to close this gap. Phantom is just too quick today. He's almost impossible to trade with right now. It's just a total contrast to their clash on Orange. He's just a single round away from closing the books on this match. This is shaping up to be a total landslide. Vortex manages to push him off the ramp, keeping his hopes alive for now. A desperate push there, but he managed to pull it off. And that's it. Phantom closes out the series with a clean final kill to secure the victory. He just looks totally untouchable tonight, putting on a clinic to solidify that top ranking. Phantom holds a massive lifetime lead with over 2,500 career wins against Vortex. It's a psychological edge that usually translates into confidence during these high-pressure sets. We have to see if Vortex can actually flip the script today. Vortex is surging ahead with a commanding 2-1 lead. He's really making the most of his current form today. A complete shutout. He's just totally in control of the server right now. He's currently facing off against the top-rated player on the ladder. Phantom answers back instantly with a sharp headshot. Vortex is really pulling away, leading 4-2. He's taking full advantage of his current hot streak. Vortex has been underperforming with a 9-16 record over the last day. That makes this current lead even more impressive given the struggle he's had recently. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain this pace. He's putting up a real fight now, keeping the pressure on as the gap narrows. The odds were heavily on the challenger's side going in. Vortex is just relentlessly pushing his lead to 6-4. The top seed is starting to look vulnerable. Vortex is just dominating here, sitting comfortably at 7-4. Vortex takes a strong 8-4 lead into the break. Well, the favorite is playing exactly how we expected him to. Now we see if Phantom can recover any ground on the switch. Time for a fresh start. Vortex is just running away with it at 9-4. He's really fighting back after those rough losses on the other maps. Vortex is just cruising now with a 10-4 cushion. That's a huge shift from the blowout we saw on Dunes. He's simply too fast, securing another flawless victory to stay in complete control. Phantom finally finds an opening to get back on the board. He still has plenty of experience playing these long sets. Phantom is finally putting up a fight here, but he still has a long climb ahead of him. Vortex claws back into the lead and is now just one round away from closing this out. What a finish! Vortex picks him off the wine to secure the map. He's really making a statement today. Just a sheer display of raw speed and timing to shut things down. Phantom enters this match with a dominant 70% win rate on the map. So yeah, that really puts a lot of pressure on Vortex to keep this early lead. It'll be interesting to see if that historical map control kicks in. Vortex is really finding his stride early on, just trading shots right there on the ramp to take the lead. Vortex is putting on a clinic with a 3-1 lead. The top-rated player in the world is feeling the heat. He just picks him right off the ramp, keeping this streak alive. A rough start for the best player on the ladder. He manages to scramble out of the fray on the ramp to secure this one. The pressure is starting to build for the favorite to step up. Absolute precision from Phantom, and he's now clawing back into this series. A quick adjustment from the veteran, and the gap is nearly gone. And just like that, the series is all squared up. The momentum has shifted completely back to the top seed. Phantom just can't be stopped, picking him off the ramp to take a 5-4 lead. The top seed is finally asserting his presence in this duel. What an absolute brawl! Vortex barely scrapes through that exchange to even the score at 5-5. Coming into this, he's a tough opponent to beat over the long term. Unbelievable. He barely survives that chaotic trade to grab a lead as we approach the break. He's really tightening up his games as we approach the interval. We've got a deadlock at 6 all heading into the break. This is exactly how we expected this battle to go. Both players are playing at their limit, making this a true toss-up for the second half. Time to reset and go again. Phantom completely shuts him down on the ramp to take the lead. The experience is really showing as we head deeper into this second half. And Vortex draws blood to bring us back to a 7-7 stalemate. He's holding his own against the ladder's #1 spot. A completely untouched round for the favorite as he continues this impressive climb. Vortex answers right back and we're deadlocked at 8 apiece. This is a complete toss-up right now. That was a brutal exchange, but he digs deep to secure the edge and take the 9-8 lead. That was a quick duel, barely 6 seconds of action. Vortex is just on fire right now, catching Phantom right as he stepped onto the ramp. Vortex is truly proving a formidable wall for the #1 seed today. Vortex edges ahead now, holding a thin 1-point lead. It is a stark contrast to the 13-1 blowout we saw recently. A huge response from Phantom to keep this series completely level. A lightning-fast stop to that momentum shift. He's refusing to buckle, claiming another effortless win to tighten the gap. It's getting harder for the underdog to find a way back. Neither one of these players is letting the other breathe for more than a few seconds tonight. A massive clash of titans with everything on the line. Another lightning-fast reaction from Vortex, and he is now just a single round away from victory. Unbelievable! He claws back yet again to force a tie, and we are headed to overtime. A total shutdown. He refuses to let go of this lead, securing a second straight for the comeback. The skill ceiling for this pair is simply off the charts. He's absolutely relentless right now, surging ahead with a third straight victory. Everything is falling back into place for the higher seed. Vortex manages to halt the slide, fighting his way back into the frame. He's really fighting to close the gap on that head-to-head record. He holds that ramp position perfectly to grab another quick win. It's a complete deadlock for the two highest rated players in the league. Phantom is just refusing to go away, and now he is one step closer to the finish line. He really knows how to punish a tiny opening. Absolute insanity. He digs deep for a fierce comeback to secure the victory. He really had to dig in for that overtime victory, but he finally stops the bleeding. He definitely earns the right to keep that top spot for now. What a fight. Phantom enters this one with a staggering lifetime edge, having won 61% of their career encounters. It's a massive historical advantage that should put him in control early on. We'll see if he can actually capitalize on that today. He's just completely untouchable right now, making it 3 straight. His number 1 ranking on the ladder isn't helping him right now. Phantom finally puts a stop to that slide, showing some grit to pull one back. The heavy favorite is starting to wake up now. He's not letting this match slip away, securing his 2nd straight point. His recent form against the field was a warning sign for this matchup. Vortex is firmly in the driver's seat at 4-2. The number 2 seed is really putting the pressure on. He is stubbornly refusing to go away, narrowing the gap to 1. Both players are fighting for a foothold in this set. Phantom has been absolutely crushing the overall head-to-head. Coming in with a 28 record over the last day, it's just surprising to see him struggle to maintain that same intensity tonight. He needs to find a way to shut down Vortex's momentum quickly. He keeps his cool under pressure, quickly erasing that early deficit. The gap is closing as the favorite regains some footing. What a fight! He clings to a tiny shred of health to secure another round from the box. That is some seriously impressive composure on his part. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. Well, everything is unfolding exactly as the analysts predicted. He's comfortably in control of the pace and looks poised to finish this off. Side swap, let's get back to it. Vortex maintains a commanding 3-round cushion here. This is exactly how the analysts saw him performing today. A totally clean finish here, showing that he's not going to just fold under the pressure. That was a lightning-fast exchange. Vortex is still cruising with a 3-round cushion. Coming off a bit of a rough 10-17 day, he's really peaking here. A sharp reaction from Phantom to keep the pressure on and stay in this contest. Vortex is still holding a strong lead at 10-7. Coming off that tight victory on Blame Mappas earlier today. Both players landed some heavy shots here, but he manages to outlast the exchange. He's certainly making his opponent earn every single point of this lead. He's practically a ghost in the server, walking away without taking a single hit. Total shutdown of the opposition's rhythm. Unbelievable, he's completely flipped the script to even the score at 10 apiece. A complete shift in momentum for the favorite. He is simply on a tear right now, taking full control of the server. The pressure is clearly mounting for the number 2 seed. He is simply on fire, putting a swift end to this exchange to move within striking distance. What a spectacular turnaround! He finishes the job with a perfect round to claim the map. Vortex really put him through the ringer early on, but he just refused to let the lead slip away in the end. He had to work for that. Phantom enters this one with a huge amount of confidence, having already put together a 21-8 record over the last day. It makes sense considering he is currently the top-rated player on the ladder. Let's see if Vortex can find a way to bridge that gap. Absolutely effortless. He's just refusing to let go of this momentum. Vortex responds immediately with a perfect shot to close the gap. A quick answer there to keep this a contest. Phantom is just too dominant, sitting comfortably at 4. The top 2 in the world are definitely putting on a show. Vortex is showing real grit here, refusing to let the lead spiral. Vortex is definitely refusing to go quietly today. Phantom just took a really strong angle there, using the ramp to secure a huge lead. The number 1 seed is showing why he owns the top spot. He keeps his composure and shuts him down from the ramp. He needed to step up and deliver a response there. Phantom is absolutely dominating the long-term history here, having won over 60% of their combined encounters. I mean, that experience is clearly showing as he maintains control of the pace. We'll see if Vortex can finally shake that head-to-head burden. Phantom is really pulling away now, leading 7-4. Vortex is definitely feeling the pressure of this particular matchup. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, everything is flipping on its head right now. Despite the expectations for Vortex, the underdog is playing the better game today. Time to shake things up. Unbelievable. He claws back from a tiny sliver of health to keep this comeback alive. He is absolutely capitalizing on this surge of momentum. Phantom keeps a narrow 2-round cushion for now. The odds typically favor the other guy, but the skill gap is showing. Phantom is cruising along with a solid 3-round advantage. He's starting to pull away again. He's putting on a clinic right now, securing another one to reach 10. He's completely taken over the server, moving to 11 rounds with an absolutely pristine shot. Vortex manages to claw back a round in a frantic exchange of fire. He shuts that door quickly, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. He is really justifying that top seed status. A lightning fast reaction from Vortex to keep the dream alive. A huge momentum shift in an instant. What a finish! He closes out the series with a huge final exchange to secure the win. He really puts his stamp on this series, making it a tough run for the second seed today. Phantom enters this map with a strong 22-8 record today. That momentum is likely weighing on Vortex, who has been struggling in his recent outings. It will be interesting to see if he can actually turn things around here. Vortex claws back to tie this up at 1 apiece. We're seeing the number 3 player on the ladder stay competitive. Vortex takes a commanding lead at 2-1. The number 1 seed is definitely feeling the pressure now. Both of these players are operating at an incredible pace, barely giving each other any time to react. Vortex is just relentless, pushing ahead to a 3-2 lead. Vortex is putting up a great fight against the top seed. And just like that, Phantom levels the series. He's definitely fighting to overcome a bleak recent run of form. Phantom is really starting to pull away here, putting a lot of pressure on the underdog. It's been a tough stretch for the challenger today. A total deadlock now, with Phantom and Vortex tied. A total reset for a man who's dropped his last few head-to-heads. Phantom regains the edge with a narrow 5-4 lead. Vortex has seen the win in his last 3 matchups with the leader. We are looking at a real toss-up right now. Neither player is giving an inch in this set. Vortex just snatched a slim 1-round lead. The gap between the top 2 seeds is practically non-existent here. We're all square at 6 apiece going into the break. I mean, it's surprising how close this is staying since the bookies had Vortex taking this one easily. Phantom is proving he can hold his own despite the external noise. New positions, new energy. Vortex surges ahead, holding a tenuous 1-round advantage. Vortex is looking sharp, especially given his 10-19 run earlier today. The overall head-to-head is a mountain to climb for Vortex, with Phantom winning over 60% of their encounters. But that history is a distant memory right now as the number 3 seed takes complete control of the map. He is looking very poised for a victory today. Vortex is running away with it, leading 9-7. The underdog is completely defying the odds in this match. We've gone back and forth for several rounds now, and it's basically a coin flip who takes the next one. Phantom just forced a deadlock. We're back to 9-all. A truly impressive level of performance from both of them tonight. Vortex edges ahead again, holding a 10-9 grip. It's quite a shift for someone who's lost his last 3 outings. Vortex is really starting to seize control of the momentum here, putting Phantom on the defensive. He's really shaking the foundations of the number 1 rank. Just as Vortex looked like he was pulling away, Phantom steps back up to keep this tight. He's really fighting back from the deficit he faced in their other recent maps. Vortex converts another round, leaving him just 1 win short of the victory. Just a quick flick to seize the lead. A precise sequence from Phantom to keep the game alive for now. That was a lightning-fast reaction to shut things down. A perfect response to bring this set to a complete deadlock. A total clash of titans as we head into overtime. Vortex is showing some incredible grit, refusing to let the world number 1 take over the map. Vortex is consistently playing at a world-class level today. Neither player is letting the other run away with the map. This is turning into a real marathon. Pure chaos as everything resets for the overtime clash. Phantom has found a dangerous gear lately, and the momentum is swinging heavily in his favor. Another effortless win for the favorite, putting him just one step away from victory. The top seed is simply too strong to keep down. A tough battle that ultimately goes his way, keeping the dream alive. That was a tighter trade, but he managed to scrape through. Absolutely unbelievable. He digs deep to secure the final kill and claims the victory. He really had to dig deep for that one in overtime. Vortex pushed him to the limit, but it's just another notch in the belt for the #1 seed. What a battle! Phantom enters this match with an incredible 23-8 record over the last day. It makes sense considering he's already won 3 maps in a row against Vortex. We're seeing that dominance translate immediately to the scoreboard. Phantom holds a slim lead as we hit round 4. The number 3 guy in our rating is fighting back. Phantom just needed a second to reset, but he's quickly regaining control of this map. His top-seeded status is showing early on. Vortex is closing in, trailing by just 1. Neither player has managed a multi-round streak yet. Phantom puts more distance between them, leading 4-2. He is capitalizing on his overall historical advantage here. Vortex has struggled to keep up today, coming in with a 10-20 record over the last 24 hours, and it's looking like a tough day to find his footing. It'll take a serious shift in momentum for him to claw back into this one. Phantom is absolutely cruising now with a 6-3 lead. A sharp response from Vortex, proving he's not going down without a fight. A quick burst to get back in the game. He's staying strong, closing out this sequence with an effortless shot before the switch. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, he's playing exactly like his 68% map win rate suggests. Vortex was supposed to be the heavy favorite here, but he's struggling to keep pace. New side, new opportunities. Phantom doesn't care about a height advantage, he just clears him off the ramp immediately. The number 1 seed is just far too locked in right now. Vortex is really fighting an uphill battle right now, and that ramp position didn't help him at all. Phantom continues to pull away, now sitting at 9-6. Vortex is finally starting to push back against the odds. He isn't letting the game slip away, securing another win to keep the pressure high. He's finally starting to look like the aggressor in these exchanges. Absolute perfection on that shot, and he keeps the momentum surging with another quick victory. Phantom shuts that down quickly, picking him off the ramp. The number 1 seed just can't be shaken. Phantom is just too quick today, erasing Vortex from that box in a heartbeat. Vortex is showing some real grit here, putting together another clean victory to keep this chase alive. The underdog is refusing to let this slide into a blowout. Vortex just completely outdueled him from the ramp, keeping this comeback alive. Everything is suddenly on the line for that top spot on the ladder. Phantom puts his opponent back in his place and moves to match point. That was a high pressure response to kill the rally. What a finish! He puts an end to the struggle right here and claims the victory. Vortex truly fought for every single round here, but he just couldn't close the gap in the end. He'll be gutted. What a fight! Phantom has a huge historical lead with over 2,500 total wins against his opponent. It's interesting to see that dominance contested right now, especially since he entered this duel as the heavy favorite. I wonder if Vortex can actually pull off the upset here. Vortex is really putting the pressure on, leading 2-1. That's the #1 seed showing a spark. Phantom is quickly shaking off those early mistakes to tie things up. Vortex holds the edge now with a 3-2 lead. He's really challenging that #1 spot today. We've got a dead heat now with Phantom and Vortex sitting at 3-all. These two are practically blinking for the win. The reactions are just lightning fast right now. Phantom has a strong 66% win rate on this map historically. Well, it's becoming a bit of a problem for him as Vortex continues to hold the momentum. He needs to find a way to shut this down before the lead slips further away. Absolute deadlock, 5 apiece. We're seeing a real fight. He's looked absolutely flawless across their other 3 sets today. That's another clean one for the leader, and he carries that energy into the break. We're all square at 6 apiece, and honestly, Phantom is playing exactly like the top seed we expected to see. He looked very composed during that 3-round run to close out the half. Let's see who blinks first. Phantom takes the lead, pushing it to 7-6. He's coming into this one with a lot of confidence after a 24-8 day. Phantom's really pulling away now, holding an 8-6 cushion. Goodness, that was a total war of attrition, but he survives with a sliver of health to keep the run alive. A tough spot for the 3rd ranked player on the ladder. He's just relentless right now, stacking up a 4th consecutive victory. Vortex manages to respond, finally breaking through that long string of losses. Phantom is quickly pulling away, putting himself in a great spot to close this out. These rounds are coming and going so fast, neither of them is giving an inch right now. He's clearly not intimidated by that ranking gap. He barely broke a sweat there, moving just 1 step closer to a victory. He's managing the pace perfectly as the favorite. A huge response from Vortex to keep this series alive. That was a lightning fast exchange. Unbelievable. He claws out a victory in a desperate scramble to secure the map. Vortex fought hard to keep the pressure up, but he just couldn't find the answer to those lightning reflexes. Vortex takes a fast lead, securing that first round from the ramp. Phantom holds a massive overall advantage in their head-to-head history. So seeing him trail by 2 rounds is a bit surprising. He's definitely the higher rated player in our system, but he's failing to convert that experience into an early lead. Absolutely flawless movement there. He's just walking all over his opponent right now. It's a stark contrast to how their last few maps went. A sharp exchange and Phantom earns his second round of the match. That's exactly why he's currently sitting at the top of our ladder. Vortex is really putting the pressure on here, maintaining a strong grip on the early half of the map. Vortex is playing with a huge amount of confidence right now. Vortex is flying high with a commanding 5-2 lead. Just 2 weeks ago, he held a much firmer grip on this rivalry. Phantom just erased him from the ramp, continuing this gritty run of rounds. The favorite is starting to put on a clinic. Vortex quickly shuts that down, catching Phantom right as he tried to hold the ramp. Vortex has definitely found some answers to the number 1 seed today. He's staying aggressive and refusing to back down, cutting the lead to 4-6. He's definitely playing with something to prove tonight. Vortex had the high ground on the ramp and capitalized on it quickly to pull further ahead. Vortex is really shaking off those recent losses today. Vortex holds an 8-4 lead as we head into the break. I mean, he's simply playing exactly how you'd expect him to. He's in total control of the pace right now. Let's see if Phantom can fight back. Vortex just took him right off those boxes, keeping the momentum firmly in his favor. Vortex is really reversing the script from their previous encounters today. Vortex is just completely taking over, using that high ground on the Tetris to widen his gap even further. Phantom managed to outduel him from the Tetris, finally shaking off that rough patch. Vortex is just shutting the door on any hopes of a comeback right now. A tough spot for a player with an 80% win rate lately. Vortex pushes right back to the limit, catching his opponent out on those boxes. He's putting the higher seed in a nightmare scenario. What a finish! Vortex closes out the map in style with a perfect final exchange. He really just shrugged off a terrible losing streak to dismantle the favorite on this map. Phantom carries a commanding historical lead with 25-45 career wins over Vortex. It's interesting because that dominance hasn't translated to this specific series today. We'll see if he can actually lean into that long-term advantage here. Vortex is just relentless, closing out another round without taking a single hit. And he reacts quickly to cut the lead, refusing to let the game slide away. The favorite finally finds an opening here. He's making a stand, grabbing another one to claw back into this fight. He's finally playing like the player we expected to see today. Vortex stays comfortably ahead at 4-2. The world number 1 is having a tough start today. He's showing great spirit here, continuing this climb to narrow the gap. Vortex has struggled in his most recent appearances, posting an 11-22 record today. It's really surprising to see him look this confident right now. He's definitely outplaying the odds with this lead. Vortex is holding strong with a 2-round buffer. The top-seeded player is really fighting an uphill battle today. Absolute precision on that shot, keeping the momentum shifting his way just before the side switch. We're looking at a 7-5 lead for Vortex, and actually this plays out exactly as a lot of people predicted. I mean, he's just outshooting the world number 1 right now. Let's see if Phantom can bounce back. He stays sharp, putting on a strong showing to bring the game within reach. The higher seed is starting to find some stability. Vortex keeps his edge, sitting at 8-6. Vortex is really making a case for himself today. Vortex is just cruising along with a 3-round lead. That was effortless, and it shows the persistence of the top seed as he claws closer. The gap in their rankings isn't making this look any easier. Vortex is firmly in control, leading 10-7. A surprising turnaround considering his poor run over the last 10. He keeps digging in and refuses to let the lead slip further away. Phantom is really feeling the pressure here, unable to put together a consecutive round of wins. That was an instant delete, and now he's just 1 round away from the victory. Unbelievable! He closes out the series in style to claim the victory. He really looked like a different player out there today, regardless of the head-to-head history. Phantom holds a massive lead in their all-time head-to-head history with over 2,500 wins. It's a huge gap, but Vortex has a way of getting into his head since he took the last couple of maps today. Let's see if the top-rated player can actually close the door this time. He simply does not miss, putting another one on the board after catching Vortex on the ramp. He just keeps pouring it on, picking Vortex off from the ramp to move to 4-0. He's definitely proving why he holds the #1 spot right now. Vortex finally finds his mark and puts a stop to that run. The third ranked player is showing some real fight today. Phantom's comfortably in control, leading 5-1. His recent losses to the other guy are clearly weighing on him. Emotion mid-Phantom has put himself in a strong position with a 25-10 record today. So yeah, he's carrying a lot of momentum into the later stages of this game. It'll be interesting to see if that confidence helps him secure the win, given how hard it's been for the other guy to keep up Emotion mid. Phantom is just dominating a 7-2 lead right now. It's tough to shake off those losses from their previous matchups today. The pace of this game is just flying by. He's putting a lot of pressure on the defense right now. The world #1 is finally starting to look like himself. Vortex is digging in, reacting fast to clear Phantom right off the ramp. He's certainly not intimidated by the top seed right now. Phantom goes into the break with a huge 9-3 advantage. Well, the pre-match predictions were completely wrong here. Vortex looks shaken while the underdog is just running away with the lead. Vortex needs to find an answer fast. Vortex managed to play it smart, catching Phantom right as he pushed up toward the ramp. He's certainly not letting those previous losses today get to him. Phantom is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-5. Both players are fighting hard to shake off their recent streaks. Phantom extends the gap to 10-5 with that play. He's certainly making an argument for that top seed status. Emotion mid Vortex is refusing to go away, putting on a serious display of skill to close the gap Emotion mid. Phantom is quickly pulling away. He's really putting the pressure on now as we approach the end of the set. That's a quick end to the comeback attempt, leaving him just a single round away from victory. Vortex manages to step up and secure another point for himself. He's fighting to keep his head in this game. What a finish! Phantom shuts it down completely to secure the victory. He's just too fast when he gets his timing right. A clinical performance from the top seed to wrap things up. Phantom holds a massive overall lead in their head-to-head history, and it's clear he's carrying that confidence into today. He's been the more reliable force in this pairing over the long haul. The question is whether Vortex can find a way to break that cycle. Phantom's currently pushing the pace, leading 2-1. Vortex had the quicker reaction last time, but Phantom is quickly regaining control here. Phantom is just dominating, putting up a 4-1 lead. His #1 ranking is definitely showing right now. Vortex reacts instantly to shut that down and sparks some momentum of his own. Phantom just clears the wine and extends that lead to 3. The #1 seed is truly finding his footing. Vortex just walked away from that one unscathed, continuing his push to close the gap. A timely response to keep things competitive for now. Phantom has a dominant 26-10 record over the last day. It's showing that he's arriving at this specific match with a lot of positive heat. He looks completely settled right now. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can find an answer to that pace. He survives an intense exchange to secure his 3rd straight victory just before the break. Phantom heads into the break with an 8-4 cushion. I mean, this is a surprising turn of events given that Vortex entered as the heavy favorite. He'll need to adjust his approach quickly if he wants to avoid a total collapse. Time to see if Vortex rebounds. Phantom just widened the gap to 9-4. Looking completely at home in the #1 spot today. Phantom's just cruising now, hitting a 10-4 lead. It's a stark contrast to the results we saw on Redline. Vortex is refusing to just fade away. He's hanging tough despite the gap. Vortex is fighting an uphill battle now, but he's got to dig deep to keep this from ending quickly. A tough day at the office so far for the 3rd ranked star. He completely shuts down that brief rally and puts himself on the verge of victory. Unbelievable! He closes it out right here and secures the win. He just completely shut the door on Italy after those tough losses earlier today. He's finally looking like the king of the mountain again. Phantom enters this one with a strong 27-10 record over the last day. He's essentially carrying that momentum straight into the server. Considering how heavily he's won their most recent encounters, Vortex is under a lot of pressure to pivot his approach quickly. Phantom has an arrow lead, but Vortex is fighting back. Just another instance of the top-rated guy proving his worth. It's a total deadlock right now. Neither one of these guys is letting the other get any real ground. Vortex is keeping the pressure high for a top 3 talent. Vortex edges ahead 3-2 as the heat rises. Vortex is showing exactly why he's sitting at rank 3. Absolute deadlock now. Phantom and Vortex are locked at 3-all. Phantom is really starting to snowball here, taking full control of the server as these rounds end faster and faster. He's just too fast. It's a third straight round for Phantom to take home. Vortex is feeling a lot of pressure right now. A solid reply from Vortex to get things back on track. He's proving he can hold his own against the best on the ladder. And we are tied up again at 5 apiece. We've seen him outclassed in their other games today. Phantom pulls ahead by 1 in a tight clash. His current hot streak is definitely starting to translate. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, the underdog is keeping pace perfectly with his recent form. He's currently fighting the uphill battle against the odds, but he's looking very comfortable right now. Let's see if Vortex wakes up. Phantom keeps the edge with a 7-6 lead. He's really refusing to let the number 1 seed run away with this. Vortex fights back to even it at 7-all. He's really making it a fight for the top seed. That's a huge swing. He's now taking complete control of this match with 3 straight rounds. Unbelievable. Both of them were shredded in that trade, but Phantom claws his way back to tie this series. A precise execution to put him right back in the driver's seat. Phantom regains the advantage and holds a narrow 9-8 lead. That head-to-head record really shows who has the long-term edge. He's just completely on fire right now, claiming another one for the triple streak. That's a staggering head-to-head lead for the number 1 seed. He's just untouchable right now, putting up a 4th straight round to take a commanding lead. Vortex answers back with a sharp shot, refusing to let his opponent close these out. The lower seed is certainly making things interesting for the favorite. He's not backing down, grabbing another round to keep this fight alive. A quick transition for the trailing player to close that gap. He secures a vital round here, putting himself just a single step away from victory. He's truly proving why he entered this server as the favorite. Vortex stays composed and delivers a perfect shot to keep the hope alive. He's certainly shaking off the nerves now. What a statement. He just forces this whole thing into overtime. A blistering pace to push this whole thing into a tie. Everything is on the line now, and Phantom seems to have the upper hand in these final moments. A brutal stop to a potential rally, right when it mattered. Phantom is putting on a clinic in this overtime push. He's just way too sharp right now. What a way to take control. He's completely shut down any hopes for a comeback with that clean sequence. What a final sequence. He closes out the series with a perfectly timed headshot to seal the deal. He really had to dig deep to survive that overtime push. Not the easiest path to victory today. He had to work for that. Phantom arrives with an incredible 28-10 record over the last day. It's a stark contrast to the struggle Vortex has had in his recent series. We'll see if the top seed can shake off this slow start. Phantom holds a narrow lead with 2 rounds up. The overall head-to-head history heavily favors the top seed. He is simply too fast for Vortex right now, taking a 3rd straight round. The top seed is looking very comfortable here. He's completely taken over this server, putting up a massive 4-round run. And there it is. Vortex answers back instantly with a fast outplay to close the gap. Phantom has traditionally owned this matchup with a 61% win rate over thousands of encounters. So yeah, he's essentially used that historical dominance to push the pace in this series. Now it's up to Vortex to prove he's closed that gap. Phantom's cruising now, firmly in control at 6-3. The second ranked player in the league shows he can compete. Vortex stays aggressive, taking a 2nd straight round without letting Phantom even touch him. Phantom was quick to punish that positioning, knocking Vortex right off the box to reclaim the lead. Phantom takes a 7-5 lead into the switch. Well, it looks like the upset is actually happening. The underdog is playing a tight game and showing no signs of cracking under the pressure. Vortex needs an answer here. Phantom's building a nice cushion now, leading 8-5. The top seed is really starting to flex his muscles. Vortex is refusing to go away, putting on a high-speed clinic to narrow the gap further. Vortex is refusing to buckle, securing another clean finish to keep this rally alive. Phantom steadies the ship to hold a 2-round edge. The world #1 is showing why he sits at the top. Phantom's pulling away now, sitting 3 rounds clear. Vortex has really been fighting an uphill battle today. Vortex completely denies him from the box, staying strong in this pushback. He just shut down that angle completely. These two are trading reactions so quickly, it's almost impossible to tell who has the upper hand in this exchange. Vortex is putting up a real fight, taking another round and keeping his hopes alive. Vortex is really digging in his heels during this stretch. A lightning fast shot puts Phantom in a commanding position to close this out. What a finish! He closes out the series with total authority to take the win. He keeps his momentum rolling today, continuing a dominant run of form across the board. This was a solid statement from the top seed. Vortex puts the pressure on early, shutting down Phantom's attempt to control the ramp. Vortex is really making his presence felt early on, taking control and refusing to let Phantom settle in. A surprising start for a player who's usually the heavy favorite. Phantom really holds the historical edge here with a 61% win rate in their head-to-head matches. It's clear why the odds makers liked him coming into this. The real question is whether the top seed can actually close this gap after that slow start. Another flawless encounter for Phantom, taking a command of the series with a third straight win. Vortex answers back immediately, bringing the series back to a dead heat. The number 1 seed is feeling the heat now. Phantom barely clings to his slight lead right now. He's been an absolute machine today with 29 wins already. Both players were fighting for that high ground, but Vortex simply had the faster reaction time. Still a tough hill to climb for the third ranked guy here. Vortex maintains that slim 1-round lead as we enter round 9. He's really putting the number 1 seed on his heels. He completely dismantles that attempt to hold the ramp, keeping the momentum firmly in his favor.
This looks nothing like their last 3 meetings.
He's simply untouchable right now, picking up another win to keep the pressure high. Vortex goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, he's proving exactly why the oddsmakers backed him for this one. He's keeping a steady pace and staying just ahead of the number 1 seed. Fresh start for both players. Vortex had the perfect angle there, using that ramp to put himself right back in control. His recent 10-match run has been a real struggle. Phantom shows real grit here, refusing to let the lead slip further away.
The former world number 2 is starting to push back.
Vortex is fighting through a tough stretch with a 12-26 record today. It makes this lead even more impressive considering how difficult his last few hours have been. He's really defying his recent form in this one.
Vortex is comfortably cruising with a 3-round cushion.
The top-rated guy is refusing to go quiet. Vortex is just not letting up, consistently keeping the pace high to stay in the driver's seat.
A real struggle for a man who usually dominates this matchup.
Vortex shuts down the challenge from the Tetris and puts himself on match point. That was an incredibly crisp sequence to put a wrap on this. What a finish! He secures the final round and claims the series. He really just shrugged off that terrible run of form to put a huge dent in the number 1 seed's confidence. A real battle for position right there on the ramp, but Vortex gets the better of him. Phantom enters this a massive favorite with a 61% historical edge in their head-to-head history. But Vortex seems completely unfazed by that weight. He's leaning into a strong start to put the pressure on the top. Vortex is really seeing through everything right now. He just shut that door on Phantom coming off the ramp. Vortex is playing with a ton of confidence right now, just claiming another one from the ramp. The world number 1 is really struggling to find an answer here. Another effortless one for the man on the ramp, putting his lead up to 5. He finally answers back with a clean shot from the ramp. He's clearly leaning on that high-end experience to claw back. He just wipes him off the ramp to keep the pressure mounting. The underdog is definitely feeling the heat now. Vortex is just too fast right now, utilizing that height advantage to keep the lead comfortable. Vortex is just not letting up, shutting Phantom down once again while he's up on the ramp. It's a complete flip from that 13-9 victory they had earlier. The momentum shift is total, with Vortex extending his lead to 8 as we head toward the break. We're looking at 8-4 in favor of Vortex. I mean, the script is playing out exactly as we thought it would. Vortex has simply been the better player for the first 12 rounds. Let's see how the switch treats them. Phantom is currently sitting on a 29-11 record for the day, but those high numbers don't seem to be helping him stop the bleeding in this specific match. It's a surprising shift when you consider he usually holds such a commanding grip on these encounters. Vortex is absolutely dominated, pushing his lead to 10. Phantom has managed to string a couple together, putting a small dent in that lead. Vortex really tightened the screws there, making sure Phantom couldn't build any momentum of his own. And just like that, Vortex secures another victory from the ramp, putting himself one step closer to the win. A complete role reversal from their last few matchups. A lightning-fast reaction there by Phantom to put a temporary halt to the momentum. What a game. Vortex shuts him down with a final shot to secure the series. It's a huge result for the number 3 seed to pull this off against the top player in the world. Phantom boasts a huge 61% career win rate in their head-to-head matches. Well, this isn't exactly a surprise given his current status as the top-rated player in the league. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain that edge through the first half. Phantom keeps the lead with a narrow 2-1 cushion. It's a bit of a reversal from their recent encounters. Vortex is starting to look really shaken here. He just can't find an answer for those rapid-fire engagements. Phantom is just barely holding on to a one-round advantage. Coming off a rough 14-26 day, so every round counts for him. And just like that, Vortex has leveled things up. Vortex is definitely playing with a lot of confidence right now. Phantom is really putting the pressure on, making sure this game doesn't slip away after that brief scare. We are deadlocked at 4 apiece. Vortex is really leaning into the momentum from their recent head-to-heads. Phantom claws back ahead to reclaim a slim lead. The top-rated guy in the league is showing his class. These two are trading blows constantly. Neither one is willing to give an inch today. Vortex takes command, edging ahead 6-5. Vortex is really capitalizing on his current run of form. We head into the break tied up at 6 apiece. It's a total toss-up right now. Despite the hype around Vortex entering this match, Phantom is proving he's more than capable of matching him shot for shot. Fresh start for Bolt. Vortex has snatched the lead, putting Phantom on the back foot. His recent performance against the world #1 has been impressive. Back to a stalemate with Phantom and Vortex sitting at 7 each. It's a high-stakes battle between the top two in the league. Phantom is really starting to pull away here. He's looking incredibly sharp as he builds on this momentum. He's simply too fast right now, securing his third straight round without taking a single point of damage. Vortex answers back instantly, shutting that down in under a second. Absolute chaos. Now we've got a total deadlock at 9. Vortex really looks primed after those 2 dominant wins on the other maps. Phantom regains control, pushing his tally to 10. He is certainly making a case for that top spot on the ladder. This match has essentially become a coin flip. Neither one of them can pull away for more than a single round. What a fight! Phantom clings to life by a thread to secure the round. Absolutely heart-stopping ending to that exchange. A lightning-fast reaction puts the top seed just 1 round away from victory. Incredible! He shuts the door with another flawless burst to secure the victory. Vortex put up a massive fight, but he just couldn't close out those final exchanges. He'll be gutted to let that one slip away. What a fight!